Hello everyone. Just before starting, just to let you know, if you need to go to the restroom during the event, you can go through the stairs there. It will be at the first floor here. Bonjour, good morning everyone. My name is Julia Morawski from Cap Digital. On the behalf of DAPSI project, we are very delighted to welcome you today for the DAPSI final event. Finally, we meet in person in Paris. So today, the program is divided in two parts. So the first one, the morning, we will have two pitch sessions, and also with a break, and we will end the morning with a roundtable with the former DAPSI innovators and also a business coach. Then we will have a networking lunch here in Cap Digital, and then we will come back at 2 o'clock with a keynote, next challenges in growing business in data portability, and we will have two other pitch sessions, and we will end the day with a cocktail networking session at 5 o'clock. So, just to let you know that after the batch of 5 projects, we will have this Q&A session. So you will be able to ask questions to the presenters. And for people who are online, also do not hesitate to ask questions to the DAPSI project. You know the rules, 5 minutes of pitch. After 5 minutes, I will use this, the rattle. So you will know that it will be the end, and we will continue with another pitch. So now we will open the day with Jean-Luc Dorel, who is in Brussels now. It's a program officer at the European Commission. Jean-Luc, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
No, we don't hear you in the room.
Ah, okay.
Yes, now we can hear you.
All right, very good. You hear me well?
Yes, very well. Welcome.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be with you remotely for this, as you said, last batch of pitching for the DAPSI project. In general, the DAPSI project was addressing of interoperability data, portability across platform, and it's obviously a very important topic for Commission, especially in the case of avoiding user locking. Sorry, the light goes off. So, and also in the context of GDPR. So it's a very welcome event. Maybe just few words because you will spend a full day on listening to each other. I was in the last events, and I found it very useful for projects that reach now the maturity level to exchange experience and pitching and collect information from each other, triggering potential further connections. From a bigger perspective, some project I'm pretty sure will ask for what kind of next steps for them beyond DAPSI. I would like to stress that NGI as an initiative is ongoing. We have renewed investment in recent years with Horizon Europe, with the WOPRAM 21 and the WOPRAM 22, and we just awarded 3 new projects. And you can always check on ngi.eu/open calls topics that may be of interest for you. Beyond and more generally, we are now moving, and I noticed DAPSI, and thanks to Zabala, to Cap and the whole team, has changed from the initial day where it was more oriented towards acceleration, and now it's more open source oriented type of approach. The NGI program has moved firmly towards open source, and more precisely what we call digital commons. So it's a thematic that was pushed by the French presidency over the course of the first semester this year. And the digital commons is a narrative that overlaps strongly with open source, with some differences. For instance, in the digital commons, you will have open source that are governed by those using it or creating it. So it excludes some open source code that are single company governed. And it also overlap with open data, so there is this dimension of data. But at the very end, it's quite similar to what we are doing in NGI on open source, and it's a narrative that push for sovereignty on one end, and on trust on the other end. So the capability to examine the code, the capability to reuse the code, to modify the code, all these properties are essential for sovereignty and trust. So this will lead us next year to another work program where we are going to continue the funding of commoners, so people contributing to commons, and also piloting solutions designed in NGI. So there will be classical projects. Still make a huge recourse of cascading, like you all experience in this DAPSI project. So we give the money to intermediaries and then end up funding third parties. So that's basically the plan for our next months and years. We consider that these commons will enable to build business models that ultimately will be profitable or will be foundations, and it will be an evolution of the internet toward more trust and sovereignty. So some may call it Web3, some may call it metaverse or anything else, but what is sure is that Commission and NGI is committed to building these blocks for the future and enable interoperability and through the pilots, as I mentioned, that will combine use cases and technology. I'm not sure how much time I have. If there are questions, maybe I can take one of them. But if not, I wish you a very good day. And I have to move around because the light goes off. Sorry.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. Yes, we can take questions if there is any in the audience. Do you have any questions? Oh, I will check also on the chat. No questions here. Jean-Luc, are you still here?
Yes. Okay. No problem.
So you can conclude.
Yeah, in that case, thanks Cap for hosting this event, because I see the setting. I'm really jealous not being able to be there and being with you. But yes, thanks for hosting that, and I'm looking forward also for the last event of DAPSI, probably somewhere in December, where the whole story will be developed. So have a good day.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. So now I'm calling Sarah Matteo. Probably you know her behind her computer. She is a coordinator of DAPSI.
Okay. Hello. So thank you, Julia, for the introduction, for organizing this. Thank you to Cap Digital team. And thank you to all of you for being here. After many and many virtual events and meetings, we know each other. We are here, and I think that it's great to exchange ideas, to know your peers, and perhaps you start discussions to start new projects in collaboration with other teams. So I hope there will be nice results after this meeting. I would like to give you an overview about DAPSI, why we implemented this project. And well, it comes on the one side linked to the GDPR, the new regulation that was applied in 2018. It was trying to give citizens more control over personal data when, for example, switching from one service provider to another. So on the one hand, we have this, and on the other hand, we have the NGI initiative of the European Commission. This is the Next Generation Internet Initiative, and the aim here is to make the future internet more open, inclusive, transparent, preserving privacy. So I think that if we put these two things together, we have DAPSI. This is a project funded under the European Commission program. And here our idea is to support innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers with funding, with some grants of up to 150,000 euros, and also a program, a 9-month program, where we support you with some trainings and mentoring sessions, so you can advance and progress on the data portability area. This project started 3 years ago, in fact in November of 2019. We are finishing this year. In 2 months we are closing this project. And in this period we had 3 open calls. You are part of the last one, of the 3rd open call. We have 19 teams today presenting the projects, the results. And in this journey that we started 3 years ago, we have distributed more than 5.5 million euros. So I think that this is the first step to make your projects going ahead. And to make it real, we are 6 partners from 5 countries. Here today we have people from all these entities. They are seated with you, so I think that you will have the opportunity to know them in person. We have Fraunhofer with Natsmeg in the first row that it's supporting you on the technical side. We have engineering with Alfonso also there in the 3rd row. We have also Cap Digital organizing this event. I think that they don't need introduction. With Julia and Anna. We have also IMT Starter with Augustine. I don't see Augustine, but it's here for sure. We have F6S with Miguel there, supporting the dissemination and communication tasks. And my team in Zabala, Natalia and Daniel, with me coordinating the project. Well, and what we have achieved in all these 3 years of projects? Well, we have supported a total of 46 projects. I think this is great. And as some of you are in a collaborative projects, it means that we are supporting more than 70 entities or individuals in this process. You are from around 20 different countries, so I think that we have a good geographic distribution. And well, for some of you, the European projects, Horizon 2020 and the NGI initiative was something new when you started DAPSI. So I think that it was the first contact with the EU ecosystem, but I hope it won't be the last time you are in. Well, and to be finishing, this is just an overview of the kind of entities we had in this program. Most of you were SMEs, but also individuals. And, well, you can see also that France was the top 1 country in our program, but we have so many countries also, people from Germany, Spain, Netherlands, etc. And well, if you want to know more about other projects, other colleagues from also other calls, not only this 3rd round here today, you can check in our website a dedicated session for the Hall of Fame. So I invite you all to check this section, check the projects, and again, to explore synergies and collaborations with your peers, because, well, this is an opportunity to start something bigger. And now I stop talking. It's not my day. It's the day is for you today. So I give the floor to the first panel of entities presenting. Good luck with this. I'm excited and delighted to be here to know more about your results. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Just before starting, you know that there is strike today in France, so in case you have any doubts about train or you have questions about it, do not hesitate to ask Anna, me, or Antoine, Bastien behind, or Virginie is around. If you want to know the traffic at the moment, we can help you for it. But if you are leaving tomorrow, it's okay, it will be over. So now it's time I'm calling for the first. So this is the first batch of the 5 projects. After the presentation of this project, there will be a Q&A session, so you will be able to ask questions, exchange with the people who are here and also online. And then we will have 15 minutes of breaks, and we will start again with the second batch of projects. So I'm calling the first persons. It's always the hardest. Max Varder from OKHPI project. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you for the introduction. And today I'm here to talk about the project we've been working on, known as OKHPNI, which I'll explain what that means. OKH is Open Know-How, basically. It's a project that we've been working on at the Internet of Production Alliance. Sorry, I'll start again. I realized the mic wasn't close enough. So I'm Max Warder, the technical coordinator of the Internet of Production Alliance and the founder of Open Knowledge Connective. I'll be talking about the project we've been working on the portability and interoperability of hardware project data and files. So the Internet of Production Alliance, or the IOPA, has a vision that lies in sort of creating a world where it's easier to conduct decentralized manufacturing based on shared knowledge. And you can think about it as sort of less mass manufacturing and more manufacturing by the masses. And to that end, one of the things that we've developed is a metadata standard known as the Open Know-How, or the OKH standard. And the initial purpose of this standard was really to help with the discoverability of hardware projects online. And these manifests, they describe a lot of the project metadata as well as a lot of data about the files that go into these hardware projects, such as manufacturing instructions, design files, bills of materials, etc. So we thought it would be interesting to see if we can build on the work that was done with this standard, to see how we can develop sort of a manifest that can be used for project data and project file portability between repositories. And we focused our effort really on individual makers and designers in this particular project. Sorry, I'll try and find somewhere that's not squeaky. Typically, makers and designers will store their files across different platforms. They don't have any sort of standardized schema. They might need to use different platforms for different file types, software files, design files, documentation files, etc. And of course, we want to try and prevent lock-in. Of course, to be able to share the knowledge easily, we want to make sure that it's easy to move these files around and prevent any kind of lock-in. So in phase one, we really focused on conducting some research, and one of the things we're always trying to do is to be sort of a research-led organization here. And we worked with individual designers and makers, as well as the platforms that they were using to store these files, and platforms that they used to sort of aggregate these hardware files, to try and find a way to see if we can sort of develop a common metadata standard. And we also developed some tooling in phase one of a proof of concept manifest validator to sort of test the ability to use these manifests to describe the project, to sort of create a standardized way of describing the project data across across all of these platforms. Moving on to phase two, again, sort of led by research, we did some surveys of makers to try and get a better understanding of what kind of sort of minimum viable products we can use, or we can develop rather, to get a better understanding of the kinds of files and the kinds of platforms and the kinds of use cases that they would need to do this kind of project data and file portability. And this led us to focus developing MVPs that can give makers the data, basically to port data from across these different platforms to store in a decentralized manner. And this is a list of some of the platforms that we targeted in terms of doing the mapping, and we found that these were ones where we were able to basically generate manifests, generate a lot of test manifests. And now we have a data set of tens of thousands of tests manifests across these different platforms that we can use to test this, to test these MVPs. And what we focused on testing was portability from across these different platforms to storage on makers' individual pods or their local devices. And we did quite a lot of work actually on developing a linked data RDF ontology for these, for the project data, and using shape expressions as well for, to make sure that we're sort of standards compliant when it comes to manifest data validation and transformation. The two key tools that we developed for makers, one we're calling the OKH Solid App, or the Open Know-How Solid App. And both of these really rely on the idea of being able to share a single manifest file to be able to essentially reproduce the whole, what we call the project bundle, all of the project metadata, all of the project files. So basically by sharing one manifest and a couple of clicks, you can go from having your files, somebody else's project stored across different platforms, to being able to port them all and have them all stored on your personal solid pod, with the ability to control access and share them and disseminate this information further. We also developed some tooling for people who wanted to do the same thing, but with storing and porting the data from these target platforms to their local devices as well. And we've enabled this, basically through command line and a GUI interface, depending on the user's preference. And again, throughout this process, we've really been conscious of conducting continuous user testing to make sure that we're actually developing things in a way that serves the needs of our end users. So now we've reached the stage where we actually have the ability, with sharing a single file in a couple of clicks, you can go from having files stored across different platforms to porting them and having them shared across and amongst makers and designers in a decentralized fashion. And what we're looking for next really is obviously to continue the development of all of these, of this kind of functionality. We're working currently with projects such as Fab City in Hamburg. I know that there are other Fab Cities around the EU. We're very keen to work and partner with them. And of course, we're always looking for anybody who can help us with funding, or who's interested in collaborating both on hardware project portability or enabling decentralized manufacturing in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I'm calling the next project Data Village. Frédéric, the floor is yours.
So hello. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Frédéric, co-founder of Data Village. We created Data Village a few years ago with the mission to enable collaboration between organizations and individuals with trust. So today, most of you know that there is a huge amount of data collected and duplicated in organization silo. And the demand, the appetite to move this data beyond those silos is really increasing nowadays, simply because organizations now understand that data gains value when it is shared with others. Nevertheless, there are challenges why organizations are not sharing data today. First one is about the fear of sharing, losing control, competitive advantage if they share the data. Second one's about regulation and ever-evolving data regulation, which makes quite challenging for organizations to share the data while remaining compliant. And sorry, the last one is about the expensive process. When organizations want to share data, legal processes are quite expensive to set up when it's about sharing data. So with Data Village, we have built and we provide data collaboration with Zero Trust. So all in all, our data, through our data collaboration console, participants can register as a data provider, data consumer, or algorithm provider. They can bring their assets and create what we call a collaboration space. Once this collaboration space has been created and acknowledged by each participant, they can deploy wherever they want a data cage. This is exactly the things we have built thanks to DAPSI. And thanks to confidential computing, we enable sharing without showing, meaning that each participant, organization, and individual can pool their data and algorithm within that data cage while keeping full control of their asset. They can run algorithm on the data and get insight, derived data on the combined data. In terms of use case, so we have different coverage. So in the media industry, we enable hyper-personalized experience across different media, so content discovery across different media platforms. We also enable collaboration between so-called frenemies. So a competitor in the media industry can pool their user analytics together to get better local market insights. Sorry. In finance, working on collaborative fraud detection and also hyper-personalized insurance, meaning adaptive car insurance based on your car data, of course, for the individual keeping control of their location data in that case. In terms of traction, very rapidly, so we did 2 pilots in 2022. We have now 5 clients for 500K more or less under validation, hopefully confirmed by the end of this year for 2023, still in the media industry. And we have decided during the summer, because there are a lot of interest in the financial industry, to look forward in the financial industry, and we got our first qualified lead in the finance industry a few weeks ago. The team, so a mixed team, 6 people, mixed between business and tech people, knowledge in media, finance, enterprise architecture, security, but also data privacy engineering and interoperability semantic technologies. I think one of the things is also important is the why now. There is something happening right now in the data sharing market. It's the evolution of the data sharing as such. Today, data sharing is about transferring data, raw data from one entity to another. It has evolved to data marketplace, which is also about data transferring, but in a buy and sell model. And now the market is really moving to data collaboration, meaning collaboration on both data and algorithm to get more value on the data. So not about transferring data, to achieve typically common goals, to optimize processes, but that goes beyond our own single company, or even create a hyper-personalized product, not for your own consumer as an organization, but for common consumers across different organizations. So this is really something moving quite fast the last few months and years, and data collaboration is really becoming an interesting market nowadays. So yes, to conclude, market of data collaboration is really consolidating right now. In terms of regulation, so even if it's still challenging, and you know we see a lot of new regulation coming at the European level in the context of EU data strategy that is really fostering data sharing. And we really get now a lot of interest from organizations looking for new tools and means to enable collaboration, enabling collaboration governance, but also combining technologies such as privacy preserving, user control, and interoperability to automate that collaboration for them. Thank you.
So now I'm calling the next project, so Nomad.
So I'm Norman Verni, co-founder of Columba Link, and I'm excited to talk to you about Deeply Core, a product we built in collaboration with NGI DAPSI. And so Deeply Core is kind of like an offline first Google Docs for your data solutions. So currently, today, there's an ever increasing demand for these cloud services, but each time there's a network outage, it can cost businesses at least 6K. And we want our services to be more reliable. So companies also lose a lot of money in terms of having data silos where data cannot be easily shared among partners. Data backup solutions are also extremely expensive and they're inefficiently designed, so the cost goes up exponentially over time. Oh, I would also like to mention that we faced some of these issues on our journey here to Paris. So we use Teams a lot for collaborating on documents. And even though we had it running on our laptops next to us, it was very difficult to collaborate with an intermittent internet connection. And we felt like with an offline first solution, this would help us. And that is what Deeply Core is. So Deeply Core, the main focus is this offline first cloud solution. So in your local network, all the changes are shared among the peers. And once you connect using the internet, all these changes will be synced in a conflict-free fashion. And these changes are saved as events. And these events are each cryptographically verifiable. These events are then stored on an immutable log, allowing users to time travel across the entire history of data, making it easier for sort of flexible backup strategies and for saving different snapshots at different frequencies. Then we took this further because having this core, we needed to create a use case around it. So we created Deeply Hub. So our first partner was in the IoT space. And so we built something that not only allowed you to analyze and view IoT data, but you could also manage configurations for these IoT devices at different levels. So what is very important is we created this Deeply Sync that allows you to communicate among peers in the network. And then we made it interoperable, so such that you can connect to Solid and you can connect to Git, for instance, GitHub or GitLab. And so the cool thing is we weren't dependent on a type of persistent layer. So it could be a file system or it could be like a distributed data storage. And we're currently actually working with Based.io, another startup here in this program, to help speed up our development process and to save the state of our application. So we're quite flexible in choosing what kind of backend do you want for each use case. So what are we doing right now? We plan to take Deeply Hub to a product-ready state by the end of this year. And we are increasing our development team gradually in Basel, Switzerland to make this possible. We're in conversations with a few pilot projects in a variety of domains who are interested in this offline first collaboration. And this is especially important in the chemical industry as well as medical. So what are we looking for? Of course, we're looking for partners, especially here in this program. I've noticed that a lot of projects could use some offline first collaboration. Especially as these services become ever more prolific. We're always looking for investors, but right now we want to discuss with you potential ways we can integrate Deeply Core into your stack or for any particular use cases you may have. Yep, and I'm Norman Duverny, in case you forgot. This is my contact. I look forward to speaking with each of you individually to talk more about Deeply Core. Thank you so much.
So I'm calling the next project Nubis. Yes, Federico.
Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Federico. I'm the CTO of Martel Innovate. One of the activities we are running inside the company is creating a platform for data exchange, and in particular in the field of smart cities, contributing to the creation of data spaces. And I'm here to present you the work we have been doing in relation to data exchange not just focusing on the data part, but focusing on the aspect that often is neglected, which are the policies you attach to data to manage the data. So what is a typical scenario we have? We have users that belongs to a platform, and publish data in this platform, but also publish data in other platform. So for example, in Canton Zurich, we are handling instances of a platform for smart cities across multiple cities. And user can publish data there and share this data across different instances of the platform if they are interested in sharing data across different cities. But what is the problem? The problem today is that every time they share data in another platform, they have also to update and set up the policy for access to this data in a new platform. And this takes a lot of time and is discouraging for data sharing. And it is important on the other side that when data pass different platform borders, the user retain control on this data. So how can a platform provider help users that have this type of need? Publishing data in multiple platforms and wanting to control that the rules to access this data are shared across these different instances. Well, this is what we are doing, Anubis. So the idea is to empower the end user to control their data regardless in which platform they are stored through a set of functionality that allow the synchronization in a decentralized ways of the policies. So basically what we enable, of course, is to define translation of access control policies to different setup, thanks to the usage of high-level semantic languages. We are decoupling the API's format from the policy of the data, because different platforms might have different API format to store the same data, and trying to keep data and policies together by exporting the policies together with the data. Also, we are enabling the synchronization of policies across a different platform thanks to a distributed middleware managing this policy distribution. Now, what were you looking for? Well, we have been piloting this in Zurich area, as shortly mentioned. We are now also entering in a pilot with a customer for the area in Sweden. We are not looking for money, we are not looking for venture capital. We are looking for people that either help us to maintain and grow this middleware, which is going to be contributed to the FOWER community, people that try what we are doing and give us feedback. So if you go on the link page there, you will have all the info, access to GitHub, access to Twitter channels to provide feedback, access to the documentation and so on. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. So before the questions, I'm calling the last project, Select Share. Yes, Nikos, welcome to the stage. You have the mic here and the clicker.
So, hello everybody. I am Nikos Fotiou, and I am researcher at the Athens University of Economic and Business. And I will introduce you Select Share, which is a joint project by AUEB and two Greek SMEs active in the energy domain, Plekma Labs and Tomex. So, let's take a minute and think about potentials. Wouldn't it be great if we have a device that monitors our daily routine and then allow a service provider to use this data to train an AI model for energy management? Wouldn't it be great to have devices that monitor whether if somebody is in our house or if a window is open, and then our building manager can use this information to decrease the energy footprint of our building? Or wouldn't it be great if we have devices that continuously monitor our living conditions and then allow energy suppliers to use this information to predict energy demand? So you may observe that the devices on the left part of this picture are already there and they are widely used. But the services on the right part of the picture, we are not quite there, because these devices are siloed, and it is not easily for third parties to access the data generated by these devices. So this is what SelectShare does. It provides the missing link. SelectShare is a platform that allows third parties to buy data generated by user devices. And SelectShare does this in an innovative and sustainable way. So SelectShare supports interoperability standards that allow new IoT devices and third parties to be added in our system. SelectShare builds on the emerging technology of self-sovereign identity in order to provide improved availability and decrease security. And moreover, SelectShare leverages cutting-edge cryptography and zero-knowledge proofs to improve end-user privacy. So SelectShare components are already deployed in the IoT endpoints of the two SMEs of the project, and SelectShare web services are provided by AUEB. And we are already working with two potential customers, Gas Options and Thon, in order to validate and quantify the business potentials of SelectShare. But this is only the starting point. Self-sovereign technology, which is the main technology developed by our project, is estimated to generate over $1 billion in revenue by 2024, and with 60% growth rate. And SSI-based solutions totally related to SelectShare are explored by the European Commission in order to enable circular economy, which is the main pillar of European Commission's Green Deal. They are explored by the US Department of Homeland Security in order to secure supply chain and fight the trade of illicit products. They are even explored by the United Nations in order to decrease the cross-border trade, which currently affects low-income countries and small SMEs. And of course, SelectShare provides a solution to problems related to IoT security, which arguably must be solved. So this is our team. We are a big team where we know each other for a long time ago. We have complementary skills. We are also very happy to announce that AUEB established a spin-off called Exceed, which among other things will exploit the results of SelectShare projects. And together with Gas Options and Thon, we are already designing our next steps. So with this, I would like to thank you and invite you to visit our webpage, where you can find pointers to our open source software and a video demonstration of our project. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm calling back the first batch with the people who presented to come back to join me to the stage, and it's time for a Q&A session. I don't know if you have any question to the audience participants. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Rick Viergever from Murena. I'm probably the least technical person in this audience, so please forgive me if this question is idiotic. It's for the offline synchronization platform. I was wondering, I think this has great potential because I'm often in places where I'm not able to be online. So I really like the idea, but I'm wondering how do you deal with conflicting changes? So if one person makes a change and another person makes a change to the same bit, that's contradictory.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we're using sort of a special database store. So it's a CRDT, if anyone here knows what that is. And so it's a conflict-free data type. So essentially, we have the entire history of the changes. And of course, there will be you will overwrite some parts of the data. But the idea is you can then scroll back on those particular changes and decide what should be like the final release version of your document, for instance.
So you see both and then you can decide.
Yeah, exactly.
Just before continuing, I would like to invite also people who are online. If you want, you can also ask questions on the chat on Cap Digital YouTube. So any other questions?
So thank you for the nice presentation, also very nice slide. I have a question to Data Village. I didn't get where the interoperability layer comes into your framework. Could you please explain whether you have any kind of methods for interoperability between data or event services in your platform?
So yeah, thank you for your question. I did not highlight that part in the presentation. Because the main effort we did was on the security and the end-to-end encryption, confidentiality, and all these things. Nevertheless, the platform, so the so-called data cage, is connected to solid pods. So we rely on the solid protocol to manage interoperability. It's not magic, so typically what we do is in a collaboration up front, we define an ontology. So typically in the media industry, most of the use cases are related to managing or combining user analytics. So to do so, we rely on schema.org basic ontology that we improve with them. And we propose that ontology as a basic to start this interoperability. Of course, it's fully flexible, but step by step, case by case, we bring into the platform some kind of standard ontology that they can use when they engage on the collaboration.
Any other questions?
Hi, for a question for Data Village. I was wondering, what are the sizes of the data sets that you support? Because you mentioned that you share analytics data. And from experience, especially if you work with big companies that I saw briefly in the media example, I saw Spotify, I saw Netflix, those data sets can become really large. So yeah, I was wondering what the limitation on that is or how you solve this.
So for now, first we limit the use case to historical data, analytics data. So we are not managing real-time, only real-time data. That's important. Second, in terms of size, so first thing first, we are for now managing, let's say, a bit more than 100,000 media objects in the use case we have with the media industry. And in regards to user analytics, for now, we don't aggregate all the user data. We are doing it user by user, so we process user by user. Yeah, the algorithm works well in that aspect. Nevertheless, we are also aware about the such type of limitation. So the other project that we hopefully will start in 2023 in the media industry will be about aggregating user analytics for all users from 2 media companies. So there we will talk about much more data. We have some ideas, so typically mixing at rest and in memory. So that's something we will look in the coming months. Yeah. It's not magic, of course. A lot of challenge there, but yeah.
All right, thanks for the presentations. And I think from a technical perspective, there's a lot of smart stuff happening. My question is for everyone, so you can just start from the left and move your way to the right. A lot of you mentioned the initial customers, pilots. I'd love to know, like, if you could give me like a description of who are actually using this from a pilot perspective. I love technology, but getting people to use it is a struggle that we all will face. So if you can just start like who your initial customers or pilots are, and then just everybody, so we get an idea of who's buying this stuff. Thanks.
Is it on? Yes. So at the moment we have 2 customers that are piloting it. One is Stadwerke, so it's an utility that is providing a smart city platform to the canton of Zurich, to the single cities there. And at the moment, the main user that are working on this are the administrator. So the city administrator to define policy to share data into across 2 different cities. So we have not yet something with the end users. And the other customer we are working on is again an utility provider. They work only with the smart lighting in this case, and they are in Stockholm, and they are doing something similar, but only for the street lighting aspect.
Yeah, an answer to that would be we are focusing on partnering with those who provide hardware solutions. So ideally for pilot projects, we look for those. For one of the pilot projects, we're partnered with an IoT device company. So they always have a vision of what they want, managing configurations, viewing data, and sometimes it requires an extreme custom solution. But we try to align ourselves with those who value the attributes that we want to focus on. But of course, there is some flexibility we have to do in terms of the front end. So a lot of development time is spent on that as well.
Thanks for this good question, by the way. And obviously, you know, in the presentation, I sort of talked generically about makers, and that I'd say that would be, for the tooling that we're working on here in the DAPSI project, that would be sort of generally speaking the kind of people who want to make physical goods or components. And as of course, so we are working with makers and fab labs, you know, and DIY enthusiasts as well. But when I talk about makers, I'm talking as well as those about, for example, farmers who want to be able to repair or make farm equipment. It could be people who are supplying humanitarian aid workers who are supplying medical equipment or PPE, for example, in disaster relief environments. It could be researchers and academics who want to manufacture research equipment locally, because otherwise it would be, especially in certain parts of the world where it would be prohibitively expensive to be able to sort of order it in and order sort of in the kinds of big batch sizes that would make it feasible. So it is sort of in that very general sense, I would say. It's people who make things, and especially now with repairability and the circular economy, we're seeing a lot of people who with interest in being able to sort of share and build on this kind of knowledge as well. Thanks.
So on Data Village site, quite straightforward. So it's an organization, and a big organization in a media companies, typically in Belgium, RTBF, VRT, DPG, in France, France 2. You can have also in the culture, l'Opéra de Paris, typically. In bank, for financial banks and insurer. That's the first category. Second category is the, let's say, association or consortium between multiple organizations. Typically, I don't know if you know, but in financial industry, SWIFT, which is the network, so it's typically also one of the typical customers. And the last one is more in terms of partnership with platform data, platform integration platform that are looking now to extend their capability with external data sharing.
So in Greece we have a huge problem. 60% of our energy is produced using natural gas. You can understand that nowadays this is a big issue. So 35% of the revenue of retail stores is going to energy consumption bills. So we are focusing on this use case. So we are working with 2 clients. The first client is managing a large number of commercial buildings, and they want to use data generated by this building in order to decrease the energy bills. The second client is installing and maintaining equipment related to natural gas, and they want to use our data in order to detect as soon as possible faults in the installed equipment.
So thank you. That's it. So the Q&A session, it's finished. So big applause for the first batch. And now we have a short break of 15 minutes. We will come back at 11:10, 10 past 11. So you have a coffee over there, juice, tea, and online. See you in 15 minutes. Hi, Artem, can you hear me? It's Julia. Yes, I cannot hear you, but I see you lips moving. If you can make a sign, just yes, great. So just to tell you that we will change the order for pitching. So you will start. Is it okay for you after the break? And the oh. Okay. Oh, you have to switch on your microphone because we can't hear you. I don't. Oh yes, very well. Yes. So the timekeeper for the second batch it's Augustine. Do you know him? Augustine Radu here. So he will introduce you, and you will start at 11:10. So Augustine, can you see?
Augustine. No sign. Do you hear me? Okay, super. So you will start in 5 minutes. Yeah, all good. particular situation, we have Artem, which is in Ukraine, and I'm so glad that he can present his super project in those difficult conditions, but we are all with you, and the floor is yours, Artem.
Next slide, please. During the last years, a need for interoperable biometric solutions arose across the globe. In Africa, in Asia, and in Europe, governments look for creation of interoperable biometric databases. Next slide, please. The problem with international biometric standards is that there are many of them and they are incompatible with each other. On top of that, many vendors develop their own versions of these standards, which impose vendor lock-in, often with its own variations. Biometric data exchange is extremely complicated. This is the technical debt we had to pay off. You can see the internationally accepted data formats for fingerprints on the slide, images on the left and biometric templates on the right side. None of them are compatible with the other, even though some formats share the same name. We intended to do a web service for converting the biometric data in between different formats. Next slide, please. During the
Artem, sorry, just a small second, because we have to re-put your slides. So we are at the third one, right?
Fourth slide.
Fourth slide.
Yeah.
Well. One small question. I don't think it's this one. It's one small is the second presentation.
Yes, this is the one. Okay, let's probably start from the second slide.
From the second one, we go?
Yes, yes.
Okay, here we go. Really sorry, we're in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So during the last years, a need for interoperable biometric solutions arose across the globe in Africa.
They can't see the slides
Asia.
on the net.
Could you repeat?
Now, okay, we're in. Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, during the last years, a need for interoperable biometric solutions arose across the globe. In Africa, in Asia, and in Europe, governments look for creation of interoperable biometric databases. But the problem with international biometric standards is that there are many of them, and they are incompatible with each other. The next slide, please. On top of that, many vendors develop their own versions of these standards with several generations of data, each with its own variation, which impose vendor lock-in. Biometric data exchange is extremely complicated because of that. This is the technical debt we had to pay off. You can see the internationally accepted data formats for fingerprint on the slide, images on the left and biometric templates on the right side. None of them are compatible with each other, even though some formats share the same name. We intended to do a web service for converting the biometric data in between different formats. Next slide, please. During the extensive customer research, we got a feedback from the industry players. They said that the web service would not be allowed to use by the governments and the software development kit is needed instead. Next slide, please. So we switched our efforts to an open source biometric SDK for batch conversions between iris, face, and fingerprint images, which supports all baseline image formats used in the industry, which controls the quality of the input image and generates the biometric template for an open format from any standard image, and which matches biometric templates between each other. This significantly exceeds the initial project scope, and we are proud to be close to the completion of these tasks. On the business, next slide, please. On the business side, we are very close to partnering up with an open source identity management platform, mozip.io. The Memorandum of Understanding is passing through their legal team now. CEO of a biometric hardware vendor, Doug, wants to use our software and their hardware and is very positive about our future cooperation. We are also finalizing the partnership agreement with ICSG Corp from India, where they can propose our services together with theirs. We also have letters of intent of using our software from European identity verification providers, Ident, Fully Verified, and Electronic KYC. Next slide, please. Here is a few words and a slide from Mozip.io presentation. Partnership with them is important because our product fits a missing puzzle piece to an open source identity management platform, which is an open source biometric SDK. Currently, all the biometric they are proprietary, so our software would propose a secure, interoperable, and reliable open source solution without the vendor lock-in. Next slide, please. It's important because they propose their solution to many countries and emerging economies, and we will be a part of their offering once we complete the integration. This brings us to the market we didn't think of initially because of a high entrance barrier. Next slide, please. The revenue will come from the paid product version, which will be more efficient than the free version because of a better speed and throughput, and the services proposed on top of this product like support, custom software development, and consulting. Next slide, please. Our goal is to become an industry standard in biometrics and make it more accessible to everyone. In the future, we will transform our leads to clients and start generating revenue, which will give us the possibility to integrate with the hardware vendors and the software systems, making the solution with various components more universal and easier to deploy. We'll pass the certification from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, a leading institution in biometric certifications worldwide. Next slide, please. We have presented our results so far on GitHub, where we got a rather warm response from the community, and on our website. We will continue to promote our products on the different platforms to attract more attention to them. Next slide, please. I would like to thank the DAPSI Incubator for this opportunity and for everything you did. It was a great experience. Next slide, please. If you know some biometric vendors or organizations extensively using biometric data, including governments, NGOs, and businesses, please let us know. They can benefit from our technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Artem. Thank you very much. Well, for the next presentation, I invite Rick for 4E project. He's director in public affairs and partnerships.
Thank you.
One single second that they switch.
Sure.
We can tell a story, or would you like me to say why we have strikes here in France? Because we love our bosses. But you can see that you could come here quite easily, so do not always listen to the media. I think we are almost set. Here we go, Rick. Floor is yours.
Yeah, so my name is Rick Viergever. I work for the E-Foundation, and I'm here to present the project End-to-End Encryption for the E-Cloud. And I should hold the mic closer to my mouth, I'm being told from the, the booth. The project is variably called E2EE or 4E, depending on where you look in our documents. How do I go to the next slide? With this one, right? Probably. Yeah. So what we do is we make mobile phones, and more specifically, we make mobile phone software. And we make a very specific type of mobile phone software that is open source and privacy first. which we think is very important in this day and age of data collection. And besides making the operating system for the mobile phones, we also develop a cloud platform so that people can use their mobile phone alongside the cloud platform. So our two main products are EOS, which is our operating system, and the e-cloud. And that is one of the phones that we make. And I brought another one here that you can all come and have a look at later. This is a Fairphone with our operating system. The problem that we're trying to address. This pitch is partly meant to be an investor pitch, so I'll tell you about the eFoundation as a whole, which I'm doing on the left of this slide. But I'd also like to tell you about our DAPSI project more specifically. So each slide will have two parts, one about eFoundation in general and one about the DAPSI project. So the problem on the left that we're addressing with eProject as a whole is the enormous amount of data collection and data harvesting that you currently see in the big tech world, with companies capturing everything you do and where you are 24/7. We think it's time to escape from that surveillance, and we help you do that on the mobile platform. Specifically for the DAPSI project, the problem that we aim to address is that on our cloud, so the e-cloud that I told you about earlier, we want to make it as easy and as safe as possible for people to migrate their data and also to use other services while they're on the cloud. And while our cloud already has encryption, both on the cloud and in transit, it did not have end-to-end encryption yet, the highest standard in security. The solution, again on the left, the solution that we're addressing as our organization as a whole. So the solution to data collection on mobiles, we think, is EOS and e-cloud, which are a privacy safe and open source alternative to Google's Android. And the beautiful thing is it's based on Android, so all your regular apps will work on this operating system. They'll just be privacy safe. And for DAPSI, we researched the best ways to implement end-to-end encryption on the e-cloud and developed a proof of concept using the Notes app as an example. Traction was the fourth thing we were asked to describe. So as a project as a whole, we're doing pretty well. We currently have 25K active users and more than 40,000 cloud accounts. So we have pretty good traction. And the traction for the DAPSI project, which is basically our progress on the DAPSI project, is that we finalized the Notes app. It's fully encrypted both on EOS and the e-cloud. And we designed a new approach to generate and recover private keys. And now, if we can get the movie running, I will show you a demo movie of the Notes application that will demonstrate to you how that's working. We can't see it here on the screen. No. The music is nice, eh? There it is. So what you see here is someone is logging in, entering their email address and their password for the encryption. And they're making a new note on our e-cloud. So this is online. They're saving the note now, and here they're checking if the note is in fact encrypted. And as you can see, it is encrypted right now. Then they switch to the phone, so this is no longer on the cloud, but on the mobile phone. And again, the password has to be given for the note to be decrypted. A little text is added to the note. And then when you go back from the phone to the cloud, the page is refreshed. We have to enter our login details again. And then as you can see, the note is now extended with the information that's been entered on the mobile phone. So that's a very short mini presentation. There will be more extensive presentations as part of the technical deliverables. Can we go back to the presentation right now? I have one or two more slides, I think. So, like I said, this is part an investor pitch and part a technical presentation. And for the investor pitch, I know you all think right now that this sounds amazing and that you want to invest in our organization, but that it's a really big shame that we're a non-profit, because how can you invest in a non-profit? Well, we made a solution for this. It's hardly readable, I see, because the presentation went haywire. But eFoundation actually collaborates with a for-profit called Murena. and they work hand in hand. So it's really a collaboration between the two. And they sell mobile phones with EOS and eCloud installed on them. So it generates revenue for the nonprofit to achieve its goals. And investment in Murena is very much possible and currently active. And there are many business angels already involved. So should someone be interested, you can contact me about that. And why you should invest, like I said earlier, we have very good traction and good growth, both in the non-profit and in the for-profit. I showed you earlier that the non-profit number of users is increasing quite well. It's the same for the number of phones sold, which you can see in the graph here on the left. And we really think that now is the right moment for this market. Privacy is becoming more and more important everywhere, but especially in Europe, both in businesses and in governments and among consumers. So we think there's a huge market opportunity here, and we are the market leader in this segment, and well, as demonstrated by the DAPSI project, also on the forefront of R&D. And I think my 5 minutes are long over, so I'll finish with this slide, which shows you our team. Our fantastic team, which has made possible the demo and all the work for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, so our next presentation will be OpenCraft or BD14. Xavier?
Thank you.
It's over there.
Thank you. Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Gabor. I'm from OpenCraft, the top outside contributor of OpenADX, which was funded as a partnership between MIT and Harvard University. Today, I introduce you to the content library and editing project built on top of the next generation storage system Blockstore, another innovative contribution from OpenCraft. Before we discuss the problem statement, a few words about OpenADX. EDX.org allows anyone to take courses online and receive credit for them towards a university degree. In 2013, the project was open sourced, ensuring the sustainable development of the project for the past 9 years, with more than 600 contributors. Since then, OpenADX became the premier open source online learning management system. The platform is unique in its ability to scale, supporting millions of users that requires not only clever scaling techniques, but uncompromising coding standards. The platform is used by many universities, such as the Technical University of Munich, MIT, Harvard, National University of Australia, and many more institutions around the globe. From an editorial point of view, compilation of courses is the most essential functionality. In OpenADX, content is made out of blocks that are put into units one after the other. Each unit is assigned to subsections that are related to sections. Each course has its blocks, units, subsections, and sections that are related to the given course and exclusive to them. Course authors are assigned to courses, and they are the one who can edit a given course. And we arrive to the problem. Ironically, due to the flexibility given by course structuring, the effort to create and maintain a course is high. Furthermore, on that scale, there is a huge possibility that content written for other courses already available. Mitigation of reusability issues by duplicating content is a time and resource consuming process that may cost tens of thousands of dollars to institutes annually. This is where content libraries comes into play. To implement the solution on stable grounds, first we had to create a next generation storage system, the engine of OpenADX and content libraries, Blockstore, which allows remixing of content of existing courses, solving all the problems described earlier. Also, we have enabled editing support for courses that are not editable by default by custom editors. In addition, we have ensured that blocks are editable by changing their markup, the Open Learning XML, which constructs them. Now, library blocks can be used through library source blocks, so if there is a block you are interested in and supported, or their markup is known, then you can include them into any courses. A block in a given course might take half an hour to create, and the course can have hundreds of blocks. In each course, if we would be able to pick one block out of 10 from a library, that would be 10 hours of labor saved. Glassdoor estimates the mean instructional designer salary and $100,000 each year, or $48 an hour. That makes a savings of $480 course designed. If a course author creates several courses a year and makes only 5 courses, that makes $2,400 being saved each year. If you have a course of 10 instructional designers, which is not rare, then you make $24,000 saved annually. Furthermore, courses are created over a year, created by course designers, and new content is available. That means that the odds of finding a new block out of a library may double. If a content author can find 1 out of every 5 blocks from a library, that makes huge savings. For example, it would make 20 hours of labor saved, which sums up to $48,000 annually. As the content libraries grows and as they become more richer, they are able to save more money. Content libraries and block store will not only bring new customers to OpenCrop, but already did. So proving that our solution is the most efficient implementation for the problem. For example, MIT contracted OpenCraft to implement a solution exposing content libraries through LTI. Then TCREO, the engineering team of OpenEDX, hired OpenCraft to create modular learning, the new way of content creation. Harvard Medical School hired OpenCraft to make sure to implement their enterprise pathways based on the modular learning being implemented. And last but not least, LabXchange hired OpenCraft to implement their pathways feature and many more things among that. We, OpenCraft, were able to change the way of online presentation and way of online learning. And with your continuous help, we will be able to make it available for even more people. Thank you.
Thank you. So next presentation, Jim from BDP.
Thank you. Yeah, I can just do. Oh, next.
So we go to the.
This is not me.
Slide, yes. His slides.
Now we can see them. Oh yeah, that's me. Hi. Hi, I'm Jim. I'm here to talk about BASE. BASE is a live data platform.
In the mic, please.
Oh, BASE is a live data platform that helps you build your product faster. Basically, we're trying to solve this. Building digital products takes a lot of time, and developers have to make many trade-offs. Trade-offs can be security, it can be data portability, it can be the need to change and be able to change your product. It can be the scale that you want your product to be able to scale to millions and millions of users. So yeah, this is what we're trying to solve. It's a pretty big problem area, but this is essentially a fraction of the development time is spent on distinctive features. What are distinctive features? It are things like great UI, great UX. It can be intelligence on the data that you're storing. It can be, anything that's basically contributing to your business or to your product or to your non-profit organization. All right, then interacting and accessing data for non-technical people is extremely difficult. So quite often when you build a big digital platform or digital product, you end up with a lot of different types of products combined to create a whole. So for example, analytics is still quite often stored on Google Analytics, right? So if you want to see your analytics, you have to go there. Your data or your content may be stored in a content management system where you have to check and see, okay, this is where my content is. How do those two connect? How do they interact with each other? It's difficult to see. So we're creating a dashboard that allows people to see all their data and also allows end users to be able to see their data that's on their platform, and that should contain everything. All right, then changing digital products when they are in place can be extremely hard, especially if the scale increases. You really get this situation where you start a project, it goes really fast, first 80%, really, really fast, and then the last 20% becomes really slow, especially if you have to make a change after that. So this is why we're building Based. Based is a data platform that helps developers build and iterate fast with no trade-offs. Focus on what matters, build a great product, intelligence, you know, it has to be smart, and you want to be able to gain insights of what you're doing. You want to be able to see, all right, I'm selling this product, how's it doing? We built quite some features into it, which are all quite big components by themselves. So the platform allows you to do live queries. It scales to millions of users. We created a custom graph database, which allows you to make meaningful relationships in your data. That scales well, which is a difficult problem. We have a time series database as part of the platform that allows you to store analytics data, visits, etc. over time. This is where DAPSI really helped us a lot on the accessibility layer, which is really a UI to be able to see your data, both for end users or authors of the data or of the product themselves. We allow live edge functions on our edge computing platform, which is different than Amazon Lambda. It goes further because it allows you to send updates live to your applications. You can run it on any cloud or locally, and it's secure. So some things that we did with this. We powered the Eurovision Song Contest on this for 2 years now. We had 1 billion events processed. We reached 30 million unique users with this. With RTL Germany as a customer, they're doing live shows, and then they have this as a platform where they allow people to vote or participate in quizzes and that kind of stuff. So they had 40 live shows, reached 1 million people with 10 million interactions. Then another customer we have is called AirHub. They're a drone control platform. 10 developers are using Based, and from their product owners are saying that they see a 6x increase in productivity for new features being released. And they had 10,000 drone flights flown on Based. Then we started with a closed beta, or maybe an alpha even, and we have 30 companies, and there are 10 live products running on it now. This is our founding team, and this is the rest of our team. Yeah, so that's Based, and basically what we want to focus on is that you focus on what matters. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So for the last presentation, I invite Job for Ontola. Joe. Almost.
Hi everyone, my name is Joep and I'm from Ontola. I'm going to tell you something about a project called Placed. Placed is an open personal knowledge server, but first let me dive back a little bit into history. So the web is now 30 years old and it was designed to look a little bit like this. It was supposed to be this decentralized graph where everybody would host their own server and these would link to each other, but nowadays it looks a bit more like this, like a small number of really big actors managing pretty much all of the data on the internet. And if we look at the APIs, that's really where the problem lies. Because most APIs are totally incompatible. They just work in a different way. Okay, they use JSON, but they don't understand each other. Every time a developer creates an application, they kind of have to reinvent an API. They rewrite whatever models they need to. It also has really simple, cohesive documentation, just one big book which explains you all the specifications. And it has a really clear protocol. It's RESTful, it works over HTTP or WebSockets, so you can do real-time collaborative editing. And also nice, everything is a verifiable credential, because every time you make a change to a piece of information, you're basically signing that with your own private key. And that event is stored on the server, which means every transaction is verifiable. So what have we made yet? Well, firstly, we created a specification, which you can see on docs.atomicdata.dev. But most of the time is spent on building Atomic Server. This is a graph database. It's written in Rust, which means for us that it's really fast. I can run it on my laptop. I have like 4,000 responses a second. It's like 10 megabytes big, so it's really easy to set up. It features querying, authorization, and authentication, so you even have group rights and stuff like that. There's full text search, all built in the same single binary. And there's a really powerful browser GUI, which is highly similar to the app called Notion. It also has a bunch of libraries, so if you want to use it as a developer, you can use the Rust library, a TypeScript library, or a React library to really easily hook it into your existing components. So, during DAPSI, we focused on creating importers. These importers are ways where we can get data from external sources and convert them into atomic data. And we focused on creating something for bookmarks, for contacts, and mostly how to easily create your own JSON AD files so these can be imported by Atomic Server. Also, we made various improvements to the personal server. We added folders, hierarchical navigation, we improved the full text search, and we now have multi-tenancy support. So it's actually easy to host it yourself and also host it for a couple of friends on your same machine. I wanted to do a demo, but unfortunately I can't do it right now, but I invite you to join on atomicdata.dev and just click around. The GUI should give you most of what you will need. So, we'd love to collaborate. Any type of application that you are willing to make could be interesting to make in Atomic Data. We're currently working on making a database for aircraft, and we're currently working on making a database for manga characters, which is both open source projects who are really interested in advancing with this technology. There's also Discord, and check out the docs if you want to get started. Thank you all for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you for NGI for enabling all of this. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Stay on stage. Thank you very much. So I invite the presenters to be here on stage for a quick Q&A session. Or on the live, we don't have any question. Maybe there are at least two.
I can repeat the question if you want to.
Okay, thank you. It works. You said this atomic data is an open specification. I wanted to ask you whether you kind of also registered it as an like W33 standard, or are you planning to, or because it will really boost your efforts? Okay.
Yeah, we basically started a W3C community, which means that it's not a formal W3C specification yet, but we do appear if you search on W3C specs. But the W3C also has very specific requirements for how to document, how to write up your specification, and I'm not entirely sure whether that will be compatible. But yeah, it is a W3C community, so it's also open to other members of W3C to join.
Okay, thank you. The same question.
I have a question for the e-project about the private key recovery. How does it work? Do you use some kind of Shamir secret sharing? Do you need trusted contacts? Is it decentralized?
Yeah, that's an excellent question that I'm probably unable to answer in a good way. So I am not part of the technical team, but I did the business side of the project. The Shamir that you mentioned, that's part of it, and it's combined with personal questions. So and they are mixed. So part of the key ends up being on our server, and part of the key ends up existing locally, and because that's the safest way to do it, I've understood. But when people lose their key, which we expect will happen, we do think there needs to be some sort of password recovery mechanism, at least optional for people, so that they can choose for that. And we've done that by standardized questions that people can answer. And if you answer in the right way, then your private key gets recovered so that you can access your data. So it's a combination of the two, as I've understood. But I'll be really happy to show you the demo of the password recovery in the break, which will have a lot more technical info.
There's a question back also.
Thanks for the presentations, guys. Very good. My question's also for the E project. So who are the, if you could just give us a sense of the users of the phones, like what are the demographics of the user base, that kind of thing?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's quite interesting. So we started quite narrow in terms of user base, really among a very small core group of open source enthusiasts. So that was back in 2018-19 when we started. And after that, we've broadened out to privacy enthusiasts a bit more broadly. So not only techies, but people who are more interested in privacy also from a digital rights and a human rights perspective. And what we're seeing now, especially through collaborations that we're engaging in with sustainable phone makers such as Fairphone and TerraCube, is that we are becoming more and more a thing within the sort of ethical tech-seeking community, which again is a bit larger than the previous two communities. So it's been a bit of a stepped model in terms of who we're being of interest to, and we're becoming increasingly mainstream, which was also the specific goal from the start, to really be a privacy-safe phone for the masses and not only for a specific tech-abled crowd. And in terms of other demographics like male, female, young, old, geographical, I think our user base is relatively young, but most of them are trying to push it on their parents and grandparents as well, which again is really our specific objective. So we're really happy that that's happening, and people are really taking that on board and trying to make that happen. And geographically, our main users, the largest sales and the largest amount of downloads have been in Europe, but we've just opened this year sales in the US, and it's going really well, and we plan to go fully international later this year. Does that answer your question?
I have more of a comment to the content libraries project. I don't remember the name, but it's like a project. It's called, it's maybe not a project, but it's a kind of a framework. It's called SlideWiki. It's an open web-based authoring system, especially for creating slides for the learning community. I really suggest to look into it. It was, I think, a European project, but now they are kind of continuing it. I think you have a great potential to kind of collaborate with each other, or even, yeah, I think there are many similarities I see. It's kind of a collaborating online system.
Thank you.
Well, big applause for the presentation, and thank you, Artem, also for your presentation, and good luck for everything.
Thank you so much.
Well, the bad news is there is no break, so we will go through the round table. So I invite on stage Najme, Farid, Mehdi, and Matthias. So I will arrange the floor. So our super moderator will be Najme, which is part of our project.
So just let me know how much time do we have. I should finish at 12:30. Yes, but you have 40 minutes. Okay, thank you. We have a lot of time. Well, hello from my side. I think you know me. My name is Najma. I'm from Fraunhofer IAIS in Germany. I'm a postdoc researcher, and I finished my PhD last year. My focus is mainly semantic web and also NLP with machine learning. But today we will talk about our DAPSI project. So maybe first a quick introduction of yourself.
Yes, hello, thank you very much. My name is Mehdi Medjawi. I'm an entrepreneur and founder of a company called Elias that helps companies with GDPR and portability solutions. We put sensors into the code to try to see what's happening with personal data, so the company knows where it is and they know what to do with it in case they have to track it or make it portable.
Hi everybody, happy to be here. Mathias Debière, CEO of a company called Visions. We provide a personal data intermediary which helps people share their data between different apps, and we apply it to the education and skills domain so that people have an ecosystem of apps to help them identify their skills, find the right job, find the right training. We have about 30 of those EdTech apps connected to our system today, and about 40,000 users in France.
Hi, my name is Farid. I'm the business mentor and coach at DAPSI, but I have two different companies called Take3 Innovate and NextWin. We do basically consulting and work with a lot of telco. I have my own VC fund in cybersecurity, but let's put it this way: I'm here to kind of put a slightly more kind of business slash user centric approach to what we're developing here. But yeah.
Thank you. Okay, then let me start from Mehdi and Matthias about their kind of journey in DAPSI. So you started in DAPSI. Maybe you can tell us how it helped you get into the program. And one of my important question is, if you go back at the beginning of the program and writing a proposal from the beginning, what would be different after 9 months of experience or maybe more?
Sure. So you get some time to think.
I didn't have a mic. But
no. What would be different? I mean, we focused. What we developed was a contract service, meaning automating generation of contracts between data sources and data users, between organizations that want to share data. What we see today in our actual implementations is that it's a very useful part, but maybe what is the most crucial would be to have focused maybe more a bit on the UX. And I know that it's not necessarily the kind of deep back DAPSI funds, but what we see with our users today is that people rarely want to click even on a consent. So how do we have this kind of very fluid, very seamless portability experiences? And how can we build also standards in UX? I think that would have been also a very cool project to submit. But still very happy with what we did with the contract service, and it's used today, so it's all good.
Yeah, on my side, so again, what we proposed to the DAPSI was two things. First, it was mostly a protocol and an app to collect all your data from Article 20 portability rights. So, you know, from Google, Facebook, your energy provider, telco provider, gathering all the data, put it in personal data stores, and then having the ability with this personal data store to reshare it again, but with more granular scope that actually what the original companies allow you to do, right? So really re-owning it, be able to share it, and as we were saying, getting back your data capital, right? The value of your own data, but for yourself, right? So that was the idea. And actually, we spent a lot of time trying to collect data. So we followed like 50 people for 6 months to collect their all the data they wanted. We helped them. We had the 2 lawyers full-time dedicated to collect the data, and actually it didn't work. It didn't work. We made more than 4,000 portability requests, and we said that less than 2% were actually really working, in the sense that the data was there, was good, was usable, and was reusable for something else, right? So we say, oh my God, like it just doesn't work, right? So yes, if we would redo the program, again, we cannot go back in time, but at least I would have loved these results before. So we would have spent more time about like I think Matthias has been doing with his company, a smaller scope for personal data, like EdTech, like you were doing, right? Smaller scope to go deeper, because we went really wide. But I think that was also the goal of the DAPSI. It's to give some people who are in the rush a little bit more time to think differently, more openly, and to find the solutions. At least we published a report based on that has a lot of success, but still. So I would have invested more in the evangelization of why portability doesn't work, and then try to have a smaller scope, more focus. In the startup world, we say you want a niche, you want to focus, right, for your MVP. And we went a little bit too wide, I think, to try to solve the problem at large, but instead of solving it really in a tiny bit first, maybe missing the critical mass potentiality, but that would have been maybe working faster.
And Farid, what is your experience with our DAPSI teams about the business perspective? I know that most of them develop open source projects, and I don't know, from the business perspective, was it easy to mentor them, or what was your challenges?
Okay, so this is, even though this is the third event, I've been working with DAPSI for the last 3 years, so you're just one of the companies and projects that have been here. I think what's interesting and what I always find, so firstly, I won't say it's been easy, but it's been very, it's been different, because data portability is something that a lot of people, and data privacy and data, control of data, of your own personal data and things like that, are things that we're all passionate about. But the one thing we forget, and this is something that I've had to kind of mention again and again through all the programs, is that we're under this hypothesis that people don't want their data, or people want data privacy. And while regulation says data privacy, I mean, for the last 15 years, people were fine sharing their data as long as they didn't get any spam emails or didn't get any calls, right? So, and if you still go to Southeast Asia, you go to like India and Indonesia, over 1 billion, 2 billion people combined, people will give their data for nothing. Like you go to a shop, you buy something, they give me a phone number, they give a phone number. So the hypothesis that people actually care about the privacy of their data is very select. And it's in this room, and it's in the community we hang out in. So I think one thing that's been quite interesting is that yes, in the future, maybe 20 years from now, this is going to be really important, but the path that each project chooses is different. And a lot of projects are like, okay, this is a philosophical, principle-based thing, that this is important, and like, people abusing our data is wrong, fine. And then some of them are like, well, actually, we want it, we want to have less friction. Like, why is it that I go on every web page I go to today, I spend the first 15 seconds having friction with the web page, even before I get to the content, right? And that's purely based out of regulation and based out of where we are. So I think the interesting part for me is to kind of keep a difference, keep separation between these two things. And the business models are different, and a lot of the projects are foundation projects, NGO projects, and trying to get them to understand that while you might be an NGO, we still need to have continuity. We still need to have a model where this is not at the whim and fancy of grants, right? So we all want the world to get better, and we don't want to be evil, but at the same time, we have to figure out a way by which this is sustainable, right? So I think those have been the challenges, and it's been interesting because you get a whole variety of in a program of 10, 15 projects, you get a whole variety of like commercial to we're just community, we're gonna give it for free. And I think it's just the time element there. So how much time do people take to adopt each of them? So yeah.
Business model. There is this hot topic in data portability community that they say the current business model does not work for data portability from the end user perspective, and they say like it's very kind of like this very famous one that is the big social networks with this ad broker. And what do you think? Do you think that we need to rethink about the business model when we come to data portability solutions?
I definitely think that there's a problem with business model, right? With the current business model. Do I think that the business model for data portability and granular data management exists? I'm not so sure, right? I think, again, we're in that hypothesis, like, do people hate ads? Not really. I mean, if there's an ad that is good, directed towards me, I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to interact with it. What I hate is just the influx of ads, which maybe are too creepy, or maybe are, you know, using techniques that I don't approve of. So I think the business model has to change, but it has to be very close to what people are okay using. I'll give you an example. In one of my previous projects, clients, I work with the 7th largest telco whose pet project was how can we create a browser where people will be able to monetize their data, right? And they launched this against like a 200,000 sample size of people who were happy to do a beta. Can you guess how many people were actively monetizing their data? Less than 100. Right? So people don't care, like this concept of like, oh, you know, we're gonna give them so many cents. They will care at a particular point. Like people do care about certain things now that they didn't care about 10, 15 years ago. But I think that path has to be like very gradual. So we'll talk about that even in one of the talks I'm gonna do about business model. So I think the business model doesn't exist. And this is why I asked the question of who's buying your product in the first session, right? And you saw it was like utilities, and then hypothetically, like we're going to partner with XYZ, because even the utilities don't know, like, okay, if I have to come to pay to this, how am I going to pay for it? What am I going to pay for? And things like that. So the business model is definitely going to be the challenge, but also, it's also where the opportunity exists. You know, the fact that something doesn't exist is the pure presence that you have the opportunity to create it. And I'll talk about some stuff on how to create that in the afternoon.
Ask to Farid, because I was curious to know why you think the current business model has a problem. Because from what I see, for instance, in our case, in our use cases, and we have clients, it's either technology companies that pay to be on the network to be matched with relevant people that want to use their product, or training organizations, employers that want to be matched with people that they can hire. Okay, so it's in the end about the accessing the data, and that's what they are really interested in, and that's what works. So I think it's more about today it's only a few gatekeepers to that data than the actual model, which is providing access to the data.
So again, I think that there are certain business models that work at the moment. But here's the problem, right? The problem is, firstly, companies that are paying for data, if you actually ask them, are they monetizing this data? Are they actually finding this useful? The answer is 90% of the time, no. Like when I was working for this telco company, the amount of data that we were selling to advertising, so-called advertising platforms, the value doubled by just including the sex, male or female, of the client. They didn't care about anything else. They didn't care about hobbies. They didn't care about any of the other granular data. So what I'm trying to get at is that it might work now in a very crude way, but if you look at most companies that are getting this data, very few of them actually know what is the real ROI of the spend, right? And some of them will be able to kind of hack it one way or the other and say, hey, okay, we have certain better understanding of who we should target. We're not making as many mistakes. But also understand that data on a minute or a daily basis is exploding. Like the amount of data that was significant 10 years ago, now you have over 100 fields that is available, right? And then you suddenly realize, okay, what do I monetize? Like, how is this monetizable? Do I pay per field? Do I pay per client? Do I pay? How do I anonymize it? So what I'm trying to get at is there has to be a better way to maybe even like let the data decide. So here, like, you know, my kind of, if I had to drop an insight over here, it would be like, how can you reinvent databases? What if databases didn't exist, right? What if data didn't sit in a silo but actually sat sat for contextual use? And these kind of things are what we need to develop. So don't get me wrong. Think about this. Like in the advertising world today, right? In the digital advertising world, I might be on YouTube. Right? I'm watching the content in English. I don't speak a word of Spanish. I lived in Spain for 6 years. I don't speak a word of Spanish. For 6 years, I've been getting Spanish ads, right? So our technology is so antique that this piece of software that I surf every day knows that I don't speak English, don't speak Spanish. I speak English, yet I'm still getting content in Spanish, real time, for 6 years, right? So let's not go ahead. I mean, we're still very primitive in our business model. The business model is not amazing. It's like what it was in early 2000s, and it's been the same, right? So I think it has to change. Otherwise, I mean, if I start clicking, if I have a bot that starts clicking on all these ads, imagine the amount of wastage that's happening, right? So to summarize, I think the model generates give and take. Is it optimal? I don't think so. There's way too much stuff that can happen, right? So
I think it's because they know you will want to learn Spanish, and so they will sell you Spanish classes, but you don't even know it. I think they are so smart that you don't even know what you're
It takes 6 years. I mean, after 6 years, somebody should take a hint, no? Like after 6 years, somebody goes like, hey, this guy hasn't clicked on one thing. He skipped every ad. And all his content is in English, right?
No, but I agree with you on this part. So if I just have 1 minute on this, yeah, actually, I believe in a lot in economy like thermodynamics. I think economics flow with the path of least resistance. You know, when it's easier, the economics flows will go always when it's easier. And just an example, portability business models, actually, they are less performant than keeping the data. Google and Facebook, do they share a lot of data? They mostly keep all of them, right? To make better decisions than to sell better ads. So they send the output of the data, they sell the outcome, not the output. And I think in business, this is what everybody should be doing, selling the outcome, not the output. And so we believe too much in data portability, that the output has value. Of course, it has small value, but it has more value about if this person will click on this ad, probability, right, is more value that this person speaks Spanish, right, or not, right, or this idea. So we really need to understand that. And so keeping the data has more value than sharing it. So we need to find other incentives. I will just take one incentive, for example, we found in our survey. People who sell Airbnb rooms, who have Airbnb rooms, when they want to go on other platforms, they can't come with their Airbnb history. You know, so there are unique individual interests to say, I want to go on another platform. I don't want to have 100 more reviews that I took 10 years to go up. So I want my capital to come with me, right? So we have unique individual interests, but we don't have the large interest of making it happen. So then there are two options. Either we find a path to make it happen. So one platform may do, like Matthias is doing others. Either there will be a law that obliges that will push the interest back, the general interest versus the data portability interest by obliging to open the data or stuff like that. This is why GDPR has been invented or stuff like that, right? But so you have to understand that today, currently, in this current system, and I agree with you, the business model of data portability is less efficient than keeping the data and selling the outcome versus the output. So this is why it's really hard to interest people. And just one example that worked, right, in the past, phone portability, phone number portability. Big phone carriers, they didn't have any interest to do it. You know, I capture my customer, I keep it for 5 years, right, with the plan. Individual person, they had interest to change, but they were too small versus that. There was a law that said, okay, no, phone portability is an obligation, you have to do it by law. And then I think everybody is happy about phone portability, and we will never accept back a phone carrier who say, you will have to keep your number forever in our plan, else you will have to change phone number. They will definitely not have any customer, I think. This is my personal opinion. But yeah, so again, so this incentive, we need to understand like what's the role of the law to change the business models, or at least to shape business model interests.
Yeah. Can we continue, or you want to?
Well, yeah, for 1-2 minutes.
Okay. No, I agree with Mehdi. It's just that if we take your examples, the cars or the telephones, these kind of laws happen long after there were already a strong infrastructure and business cases and usage in place. And I think that's how we see it with the big platforms we have today. Had a great usage, great business model, and after the law comes and regulates. And so I think if we want data portability to happen. At some point, there is the law, and for instance, there is the Data Act that goes that way today, but that will take 10, 20 years to be implemented. I believe we more need now some very precise, highly value-generating apps and use cases that will drive users and that require data portability to function for their business, and then you will have some law that comes regulates them a bit. But I don't think the first thing should be the law. It has always been a good product.
I said two things: either some small apps who are driving users, right, to that by aligning individual interests and long-term interests, or the law. There will, I said the two.
Yeah, but you remember that even before number portability, people were fine.
Yep.
The world just existed. You were still, I mean, the way it was.
If I had,
and if you actually talk to telco operators now, maybe they were losing more money trying to acquire new customers to switch. So they had to give longer offers to get people to give up their old number and come to a new number. So, I mean, regulation still doesn't, business doesn't drive business model. So I think again, regulation plays a role. I just don't think it plays what I call the lowest common denominator. It'll get you to the worst possible best place.
I'm going to continue that discussion. What other players do you think that they should help us beyond tech community to make this human-centric data portability go mainstream, and not just, for example, in DAPSI, in presentation, and it's now very still solid and very abstract. What for example, policymakers, or what other players?
No, there are, of course, different players. There is also the user community, a lot of, let's say, human rights activists or NGOs, or also entities like Cap Digital, for example, who are organizing ecosystems, right? Because data portability, I don't know if you know, I teach economics at some top European MBAs and exec MBAs, and I invite you to look at The Market for Lemons. It's a paper published in 1972. They got Nobel Prize in 2001, so it's Joseph Stiglitz, Spencer, for just demonstrating that transparency on a system, transparency actually enables a fairer value share and easier transaction, right? Easier transaction with more rewards for everyone. But nobody has a personal interest to actually make it happen. So this is sometimes when there is a gap. So you need everyone to enable, who think globally in the system, right? They can be the one actually helping this happen, because you don't have an individual interest to make it happen as a company, right? When you're a leader, you don't want portability. You want a marketplace, you want a platform where you capture the value as a platform, and you don't want it to open, right? So you want to capture more, not openness. Unless you're losing the game, then you open to actually capture later. But that's another idea. So everyone who believes in terms of system will be someone who is actually helping. And so every entity who thinks like that, so policymakers, ecosystem orchestrators, can be public sector, can be business sectors, right, will be there. I'll just take one example. GS1, they are for supply chain, they try to manage ecosystems. So all these type of entities, I think, will be able to help. And I really invite you to read Market for Lemons. It's just explain how you can be tricked if you buy a car on a market you don't know. But I'll invite you to check.
So I'm gonna a bit double down on what I said before. I think today we have, and I have been doing that because I'm also the president of a non-profit called Prometheus X. We've got a lot of public, private players, NGOs in the skills and education domain to all come together, build open source building blocks, govern the data space, and make it happen all together. And that's very necessary, but from my experience, I think it's a matter of doing things in the right order. And I do believe that with all this data space strategy, today we say, okay, all these players, big and small, public, private, will come together, and they will all decide together and agree on sharing data and on what are the use cases going to be and what are the business models going to be. It's going to be very democratic and open and great. And in practice, in theory, that would be amazing. And the state would fund it because they believe in it, and it will launch the infrastructure and everything would be launched. In practice, it doesn't happen. I think because of human nature at core is that those big players don't want to open up, or don't want to agree, or don't want to change. The small players don't have the money to invest in something that don't exist. And I think we're right now focusing a lot on making these governance bodies happen and decide, but there is kind of a paradox because they can do it in the end. It's not in their nature. And if we look at the other side, is you say, who do we need to involve? I think enough organizations are involved. I think in the end, if we look at how Facebook, Google, Amazon, Uber got started, they all have huge infrastructures. They're the biggest contributors to open source projects today. They started by one single app that had great value for individuals, didn't ask permission to any ministry or a public authority to do it, and diffused it, and by that power then build their infrastructure. And it has always worked like that for empires, for any kind of big change. It was a bit more aggressive, individualistic strategies, and then opening up out of necessity. But starting by, we all need to come together. My experience and in the history has never really worked, and I'm not sure we have the good arguments to say to why it would be different today.
So it's a tough question because, like everybody said, I mean, there's enough people involved there. I always think of like what is the minimum, like smallest sliver of a huge problem that you can solve, and use technology or any of the products or services you're building to enable that. Because I think organically you will get to a point where the whole ecosystem will push for that change, will adopt this change, right? So whether you think of, like I mentioned, advertising. I mean, I'll give you an example of data sharing, right? So if you go to South America, a lot of people don't actually have credit cards, don't have any credit rating. So when this big telco, they decided to go, they looked at their customers in South America, they realized that a lot of customers were prepaid. They were paying, and then they were using, and then they would top up. And they said, well, it turns out that their ARPU, the average revenue per user, was about less than $5, whereas people who were postpaid, their ARPU was $15 or more. So they were like, this is a 3x improvement if they were postpaid. And then when they checked, turned out that people weren't converting to postpaid because they didn't have any credit ratings. They were doing jobs, they were cash in hand, but still quite well off. So this particular company took out an app that would track them for 2 weeks, and based on their habits would determine whether they had a sufficient credit rating, right? And once they did, they managed to convert 24% of their prepaid customers and offered them postpaid based on this. Then what happened was that people started walking into the shop and saying, hey, can you give me a certificate of my credit rating? Now this is a telco. This is a telecom company with a shop, and people walking in. Turned out that the local, fridge sellers, sofa sellers were saying, hey, if you can show us the credit rating this telco has given you, we'll give you a loan, right? So this small amount of data sharing, data portability, or data, let's say, not even data sharing, it's like me being open to my data being exploited, solved the problem, which then became the de facto replacement for credits and banks issuing credit cards in this big South American country, right? So what I'm trying to get at is that, okay, yes, there has to be more DAPSI-like project. enablers. There have to be more investment in this space. There has to be more infrastructure, especially with data. I think there's a huge risk-reward situation. You're dealing with, if you start working with big companies like utilities, there's a lot of data, but then if something goes wrong, there's a lot of consequences. So I think trying to figure out where you fit best is important. And this is going to be different for everybody in the room. I'm a strong believer that regulation doesn't really improve stuff. It just provides, I call it think of a game of bowling. You put the side barriers up, it doesn't make you a better bowler, right? You're still going to be crap. It's just going to go everywhere. So that's what regulation does. It just makes out the two standard deviations not hit you, but you're going to be still pretty bad. The time is still going to take, right? So it's going to still take time for industry to adopt you. So my opinion is, okay, have regulation, but don't wait for it.
If I agree with that, the thing is that it's positive externalities to finally have entrepreneurs who will make these apps and finally push that idea, right? So it's positive externalities, just seeding the right stuff, but it doesn't. It's not a guarantee. And I think what explained the most, I think, what we're talking about is what you said, front carrier portability. People didn't care until it exists, right? It's exactly, the famous quote from Henry Ford. If I asked people what they wanted, they would have asked me faster horses. But as an entrepreneur, he go beyond what people would have said explicitly. But he said, okay, people want transportation. They want something beyond what they actually know. And actually, there are benefits for them, and I will show them the path to actually have the individual benefits for them on this. So I agree with you. It's really a mix between ecosystem enablers, who will have positive externalities to be sure that when it works, and entrepreneurs who will go beyond that, find the business models that actually align all the interests, right? But as I said, the problem is that when an entrepreneur is successful, he has VC funding, he has pressure. When he will be able to capture more data, it will be hard to reopen it, right? To reopen it and lose its competitive advantage, because currently, these business models are more effective. So who will be the one who say, look, I won, but I will share. I'm waiting for that guy, and I hope he is or she is in this room.
No, it's completely true. It's completely true. But if we look at big revolutions, like we're in Paris, take the French Revolution. We had a king. We had a bunch of people say, yes, everybody should be equal. And then we had an empire. So it doesn't go from a very centralized authoritarian thing to a full democratic thing or directly. It goes very, very, very gradually. And so this entrepreneur or entrepreneurs that you're talking about will build on top or further than the big platforms we have today, and they will be a bit more open because they will require it, but they won't be the complete open thing because things don't go from black to white instantly. But that's why, you're right, these new things will happen also thanks to regulation and will force a bit more data sharing, a bit more transparency, but not, I don't think we will have soon, or at least in the next technological phase, this big democratic open thing we all describe in our papers. I think it's just going to be a bit more open, a bit more democratic, but still quite centralized.
There's a joke about the French Revolution. Someone is asking about the French Revolution. Yeah, it happened 200 years ago. What do you think about these results? And the guys say, 200 years is too short to decide, right? So I think this is exactly what we're talking about. It takes time. It's an objective, but again, this is a goal that we can achieve. Just to say on the historical side, revolutions are always made by minorities. It's always a tiny fraction of the people who find, and who find the formula to make it happen. And actually make it happen everywhere. It's not the majority who decide democratically like this, but it's long. There is always the counter-revolution right after. So I agree with you. The backlash can be really hard. Where right after it's happening, right? We had this whatever country, this is often what happens. Revolution, counter-revolution. So it's a mindset. It's a mindset change. It will take time. And again, we're just putting the first stones of the thinking. And again, we will see it will evolve a little bit over time.
So Farid, your closing mark, we have 2-3 minutes.
No, I was just going to say, but in the end, we have to reinvent, in my opinion, we have to reinvent the incentives of data sharing, so the business model. And a lot of times, like when I teach a bit of innovation, and one of the things that we look at is like how have complementary industries innovated. So you think about this, like this whole advertising industry was completely disrupted by Facebook and Google. And it happened because we voluntarily gave all our data, right? And nobody asked for this data. The guys who were there before, print magazine, regular digital advertising, banner advertising and things like that, they didn't have this information. So, I mean, everybody in this room, we're all kind of monetizing data, but tomorrow if I decide to give away my data for free, all of you guys are done, right? There's no business model, right? So maybe instead of, like you said, having an outcome-based business model, you have a sharing-based business model. I don't know. But this change in the business model will be, you know, it'll be equal to like spending 3,000 euros on a magazine advertising to paying like 30 cents for a digital, you know, keyword advertising or whatever, right? You look at the magnitude difference, but then you look at how many, you know, how it gets multiplied. So I would say everything that you guys said, technology-wise, I love what's happening here, but in the end, the business model, and I don't mean like money making, but money exchange needs to change.
Yeah, maybe just one quick question and then we will close this roundtable. And you can chat with
Straight table, yeah. So it's all round. This round table.
Thank you. From whoever just logged on, Rick Viergever from Urena. So maybe not a question, but more a comment about privacy and regulation in the markets currently. So I heard you say earlier that there's not really a market currently for privacy, but I thought I'd highlight that there's quite a lot of successful companies currently that are becoming really big, like DuckDuckGo, Nextcloud, Matrix, Quant, who all focus on privacy, and their user numbers are way beyond what's present in this room. So we alone, and we have quite a niche market, like we sold 12,000 phones already, and our product is privacy. So I do think that the market for privacy is coming, that it's much more than it was 5 years ago, and that it will be much more in 5 years. I also wanted to add, in terms of regulation, I think it's interesting to note what the European Union is doing, and other countries as well, but the EU is ahead. You know, we recently had the Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act that were passed here, and they're really interesting in terms of privacy in many different areas, but one nice example in terms of interoperability, which many of you will know, is that, for example, messaging services now have to be able to talk to each other in the future, I think starting 2023 or 4. So I do think regulation is more than just, well, it can actually make companies like Facebook and WhatsApp better bowlers, because they're going to have to play nice now with other messaging services. So I do think there's a key role for regulation here, particularly because of what you said, that, you know, the big companies, they don't want interoperability, they don't want open source, they want to make profit. So if we are going to, you know, create change in this arena, I think we have to force them, and regulation is the way. Yeah. Sorry for making this very long.
You said about privacy. I love eFoundation. Okay, sorry. I'm a big fan of Gael, the founder of eFoundation, but it's also because you make good phones, right? That privacy is one feature, one decision element, right? It's like when people, all the cars are the same, but they will buy this car because it has a bigger trunk, you know? So it's one of the features in the global decision making, right? DuckDuckGo is because the search engine is good. It's not because only the tracking, right? It's at the end, the product has to be good, and privacy is the financial differentiation maker between few of them, like ProtonMail but do a really bad phone, really few people will come just for the privacy. So it's one element. Again, that's my opinion here. But every time I see an entrepreneur say, yes, our product is not as good as the competition, but we are decentralized. Yes, and so what, right? You know, the product has to be good, right? You know, the product has to be also good. It's a fight for UX that you were saying. And I would just say, eFoundation fight for de-Googling and, you know, the world. And I said, this is the quote from Ernest Hemingway when they asked him, how did you go bankrupt? You know, he was really rich, and then, how did you go bankrupt? He said, at the beginning it was really slow, and then it went really fast, right? And I think this is what will happen. For now, it's the slow time, we don't see it, but when it will come, it will be faster than we expect. And for Pablo Escobar, it was the same. Really slow at the beginning, really fast at the end of all.
So one thing, Mehdi, how long have you been working in this space?
So I've started EPI Days conferences 12 years ago, right?
12
so about
years.
EPIs and portability.
I've been working on portability for 5 years. I know people have also on 10 years and so on. I think we all agree, and it's you can read Mehdi's report, that we've tried it, like the compliance argument or the privacy argument doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. And I don't think it will. More and more people will be interested, but you'll never get the critical mass you need. You quoted Quant, for example. Quant convinced the European Commission that they're going to do a European Google. They took, I think, 150 million euros from European money. And who uses Quant in this particular room? Okay, one person. So imagine it's in this room, right? It was such a failure that the whole strategy needed to change, and now they sell some back-end searching engines to big organizations. So, and all was it on, yes, Europeans, we want to control their data and this privacy, but as far as that, we want personalized stuff. So I don't think the privacy argument is at all the solution, and as far as said as well, I don't think regulation will bring great businesses.
Okay, great. Thank you. I suggest and I encourage you to get in touch and chat with Mehdi, Matthias, and Farid during the lunch break. It was really nice discussion, interesting. Thank you, and thank you for your question also. Yeah, I think we are done with this roundtable. Thank you again.
Yeah, just to conclude this morning, so we will close the session for this morning, and we will come back at 2 o'clock with a keynote by Farid Singh this afternoon. So get connected at 2 p.m. CET. So see you later.
private networks, edge computing for Intel. I've worked in Telefonica, where I had my own startup on edge computing, which was saving about 120 million euros a year. So after my pre-lunch session, few of you came up to me and said, Farid, you're very negative, very depressive for this community. We want like positivity, we want ambition and aspiration. I had a startup saving 120 million euros because I talk about business, and it still got shut down. It got shut down even after we were saving 120 million euros a year in the first 2 years, right? So maybe money doesn't solve everything, you know? So I am my own biggest critic on that as well. I teach design thinking and blue ocean strategy. I teach at INSEAD, which is based in Fontainebleau. And in Singapore, mainly design thinking for executives. Fun fact about me, I've survived 5 earthquakes, which means that we're all going to be safe over here. The statisticians in you will be like, Farid, causality, and that doesn't work. I agree with you, but it's just a fun fact. And I talk a lot about fintech, cybersecurity, SaaS, building purposeful companies, networking, lean canvas, blah, 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 right? So this is me. I come from I wear different hats. I do different things. What does that make me? It makes me unemployable. Nobody knows what to do with me, right? But what it also gives me, that gives me a perspective of technology, gives me a perspective of innovation, gives me a perspective of business, and I like to look at trends. I'm a big fan of history. And the reason I'm a big fan of history, because I can look at historical trends in technology, in complementing businesses. We talked about advertising, right? Looking at data privacy from the lens of advertising. What happened in the advertising space? How did it get disrupted? What happened there? So you can kind of draw some parallels. Okay, so this keynote is more, like I said, about my learnings. Feel free we'll have a Q&A after that. I don't know. You didn't have any planned, like you didn't give me any. So I've introduced Q&As and we'll do some interaction. Is that okay, Julia? Yeah? Okay, okay. So here's a question for you with a raise of hands. I'd love to know how many of you think that data, like holding data, collecting data, is a good thing? Raise your hands. This is a good question. From which point of view? It's just an open-ended question, because when you're a company and you say, hey, we need to start collecting data, nobody asks from which point of view. They just start collecting data. So my question is very simple. How many of you think that collecting data is a good thing? Raise your hand. There are nuances, good becomes evil, evil becomes good. Depends on which side of the, which side of the money game you are. But this is the question. So just raise your hand. Who do you think collecting data is a good thing? All right, fantastic. Now, here's the good thing about data. I don't know if you've actually looked at how data has evolved. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have. You all work with data, right? But it's actually changed significantly, right? We all know that the quantity of data has increased. But I really tell people it's actually not only the quantity, but the type of data that's changed as well, right? I work in this space called edge computing. Anybody, one of you actually had edge computing. You guys talked about edge computing. And this is like quite a trendy thing right now. A lot of you will actually go through it because data is one of the things that edge computing, or let's say contextual data is what edge computing is hoping will be the killer application for it, like the monetization. But edge computing is old. It's 1970s technology, right? You had like the processing at the edge, of processing in the center, then you had processing at the edge, then you have storage in the center, now you have storage at the edge, then you had connectivity at the center, now you have connectivity at the edge, and now you have applications which were in the center, and now you have applications in the edge. So again, you'll have a situation where you have data at the center and what you talked about, data at the edge, right? So all of these technologies, you go back 50, 60, 80 years, they follow the same trend. Something is just changing. But a lot of it has changed because of connectivity, because of storage, because of processing, and we don't know what next. So a lot of people are working in machine learning and AI. So a lot of the data work that's happening is being fueled by technologies other than what you guys are doing. I'm not going to ask this question, but you kind of know that the success of data portability is also directly proportional to the success of connectivity, storage, the ability to collect data, right? And then the second thing people say is like, look, I can do so much now. I have so much data, right? But the funny thing is, not many people know what to do with data. We talked about this yesterday. I think the best way of example of showing this is like when you collect data, the first thing you do is you try and kind of sanitize the data. You kind of sort the data. You put it into different boxes. And a lot of it is lost when you do that, right? And of course, we want to gather it all. I want to gather all the data. And I think the smartness over here is when you know what data you want to gather, right? Now, what happens then? Now you have all this data. You managed to gather it. You have all the technology working with it. So, data has evolved. A good way to show it is that it used to be a bucket of stones, and now it's a bucket of Legos of different shapes and sizes. And now you need to figure out, and the bucket has holes in it, because all this data is leaky as well, right? So now let's look at data portability. Data portability is not my space. It's not my, let's say, it's not my expertise. But my question to you is, how old do you think data portability and the concept of data portability is? Any guesses? Okay. But data portability, like if you were to figure, like if you would, like when I started working in edge computing, the first thing I looked at was because people told me that edge computing is the amazing new technology. 1971 was the first patent for edge computing, right? So we're all living in our current world that the technology is new. But data portability, like when I did some research, 1977. Like 1977 was the first kind of paper / concept of portability of data. And I'm sure there was something beyond that as well. But I was like, okay, did anybody guess 1977? Do you think 77, like nearly 55 years old? That's a lot, right? So we're working in the space which has had like a lot of thought process gone into it, but so it's not new, right? So if any of you kind of tell me like, Farid, our technology is amazing, yeah, great, but in the end, like it has to still have some usability, right? But you have now the complexities of moving data, of sharing data, of saving data, of owning data, and of course the rights to use this data. Has anybody heard this word, vegan data? Have you heard the word vegan data? Like this is a new term I started learning about. It's when you're like doing you said you have machine learning, right? So when you have like a model that's trained on data, is it vegan data or somebody else's data? So vegan data is when it's completely open source. You have full rights to train your model based on that data, right? So that's vegan data. So even data is evolving because, yeah, I mean, you can have a model that's doing something with, I don't know, pictures, trying to kind of build a model around trying to identify or characterize some pictures, but those pictures need to either have some copyright, or if they're not, then whose data are you using to train your model? So technically, you're infringing on somebody else's copyright, right? So all these complexities of data are now there. This is crazy. Like, how do you guys operate? I have to like because this is not easy, right? You have so much data, you have a lot of data, all of this data is leaky. A lot of times you don't even know whether this data is kosher, is right. You have all these intricacies of badly collected data. You have all these problems of data that, I mean, I remember in my workshops, I tell people, it's better to make decisions with no data than to make decisions with bad data, right? Because when you have no data, you always are worried about, you have your decision making, you're always thinking about, is this right or not? But if you have bad data, you think that you have the right data and you don't. So this is quite complex, right? And I'm surprised, like I have a lot of respect for everyone over here, because just looking at this causes me a headache. So all of you like building your products and applications with data, you have so many of these different hoops and challenges and regulations, and if you're in the US, you have it so much more easier than if you're in Europe, these kind of intricacies, right? So in data portability, you not only had the complexities of data, which is now very varied, very different, it's being collected differently. I mentioned in my chat that, when as a telco, when we were selling data to advertisers, we would just sell you like what's the net value of this customer and where is he based. And then we started selling the sex. It was twice as valuable. Just 3 fields, right? Just 3 fields of data. But now you have so much data, like how many calories, how does he walk, you know, does he have a Fitbit? And this is true even for industrial data. So a lot of you work with industrial data. The amount of data that's available for optimizing industries and things like that has changed as well. So with great challenges, I mean, this is a challenge come great opportunity. And it was just a shame that even though we were in the panel, a lot of the opportunities had come out there. But I'm going to just kind of go through some of them. I'll make sure I have 5-8 minutes more. So this kind of changes into next opportunities in growing the business in data portability. Let's not look at challenges. So I just talk about the just 5 things. So essentially this keynote is about 5 things. All this other stuff was just to kind of set the context that you guys are doing an amazing job, right? Even though I sound pessimistic, I sound like this guy who's always talking about business, I really think this is the future, right? And we had this conversation yesterday at the dinner table. Is it a if, is it a when? I think it's more like a when, right? And I'm always rooting for all the projects in this space to kind of go forward. But if I was to look at my last 3.5, 4 years in this space, and then look at all my training and innovation, some of the things that I would come to as just like opportunities, things that would unlock this vertical, would kind of accelerate this vertical. First one is selective, progressive openness. And what does this mean? So majority of the projects that I've worked with have always talked about like, oh, we are open source for it. We want data, we want to do it for the good of the world. Everything is available, we're open API, whatever, right? And I have a feeling that to begin with, that's not going to solve the problem. Because there's this really old saying that if you give people something for free, they don't see the value of it. So we were talking about privacy. You know what? You know who values privacy? Not me. Half the population doesn't. But if you go to a company like McKinsey and say, hey, I'm going to build you a completely private network, they will pay you millions just to do it, right? So people value something that you pay for. So when I say selective progressive openness, having looked at the trends, having looked at other technologies, while I don't think proprietary is the right answer, I feel like there has to be something that you bring value to by sharing, but in a way that's somehow controlled, right? So whether these are like APIs, whether this is like data, but having this openness, which is not proprietary but not completely open, is really important. Because this kind of then gives you a slight edge against everybody else in the market, right? Technology, think 50-50. This was something I was thinking about today in the morning because everybody's got amazing technology, right? Everybody's talking about these new ways of doing things. But I don't know if anybody knows this term in innovation, but in innovation you have this like the sliding scale. Sliding scale being like everything that you're developing today, about 20% of the revenues come from, or 20% of the users come from existing use cases. Things that you know about, things that are in your space. 80% of the revenue sorry, let me say that again. So 20% of the revenue comes from things that you don't know about. 80% of the revenue comes today from things that you know about. This is how innovation today will work. And when you flip this across 5 to 10 years, it switches. So when somebody is doing a proposal to say like, hey, we're going to use this technology, like some of you are talking about who's going to be using your products, I can guarantee you in 10 years' time, we'll meet, we'll replay this recording, and it'll be completely different users. It'll be completely different applications. You'll be like, Fareed, we're making money from this amazing, I don't know, under seabed sensory network that didn't exist. Right? How do I know this? Because I've seen the pitch decks for AWS. I've seen what AWS was supposed to be making money from, and it's not what's making money right now, right? So when I say think technology 50-50, I want you to think of like what you're building it for applications today, but think about the fact that you're not going to be using it for applications of today 5 years from now. So there's going to be this 50-50 split of the technology as well. And this comes through the first conversation we had about how other technologies are enabling you, how machine learning, how AI, how storage, how compute is enabling what you're doing right now, right? So always understand, like, you have some advantages of technologies on either side of your vertical. So maximize and utilize that. So if you're doing something that works with fintech, works with machine learning, works with some kind of storage technology, try and optimize it. Try and kind of focus on it. This one is quite something that people don't really pay attention to. Shorten the sales cycle. How do you shorten the sales cycle? Anybody know? How do you shorten the sales cycle? Anybody experience really short sales cycles over here? How do you shorten it? You build a website with a form. Well, you basically remove all the, yeah, so you also, sorry? Remove the human out of it, yes. Qualify your leads and then you chase them. So these are all things that work for each of you, but in the end, like, you have to figure out what's the best way to shorten your sales cycle. And removing humans, removing frictions, having a consultancy-based approach is normally increasing the sales cycle, right? So because you're at the starting point of technology, you want to really shorten the sales cycle to be able to kind of get more customers trying and using your technology. Okay, anybody who agrees that we should be lengthening our sales cycle? Yeah? No, so you might be like, Fareed, this is such a stupid thing to put here, come on, like, shorten sales cycle. But you'll be surprised how many people don't care about it. If I was to ask, and I did during my business coaching sessions, during the workshops, I said, like, how are you guys selling? So you're focused on sales, you're focused on how do I shorten this, how do I get this pilot, even if it's for no money, how do I get this off the ground, right? Number 4, we touched upon this just before lunch, is our business model simplification. Now, here's the thing with data. We already mentioned, so I'm not going to go over it, like how the current business models are not optimized. So my suggestion is to break the models of how you sell for data and build it on either the quality of data, the capillarity of data, so either how deep the data is, how much the data is, because understand that the data is growing. A good example of this is we have a company in our portfolio that they basically optimize travel Wi-Fi networks, right? And their business model at that time used to be very simple, like, hey, on your plane, we charge you per plane, and then we charge you for the number of customers connected. And this was what their competitors were doing. And what they did was they said, no, we're going to charge you about how many megabytes of data is going through our servers. And we will be super cheap. So when they started, they were the cheapest of their competitors. Today, their revenue is nearly 10x. Why? Because they were so good at optimizing that the number of users increased. Because the number of users increased, the amount of data increased. They started making more money. And it was this vicious cycle that got them more revenue. Right? So you really need to take the data, really need to look at your business models today, and you need to break them out and say, why am I using this? And you'll see this happen a lot. It's happening in the telco space. So business model simplification, try and work out on the different elements of data rather than of databases. Rather than the boxes, think of the data itself. How deep is the data? Where is it sitting? So for example, you're talking about edge computing. Like, can you charge more if the data is at the edge? Right? So these kind of things are important. I talk about partnerships because this is something that I strongly believe that a lot of you have done already. So we had a few presentations where some projects were already working with other projects. But not only do we need to have partnerships in the context of DAPSI, but we need to also have partnerships in the context of where do you want this to go, right? So we have a lot of amazing people here who are working with the EU. We have people who are working with utilities. But partnerships to basically get you to market, to me, that's the key. Because every project has a problem of trust. Every new project, to shorten the sales cycle, you need to build trust. You can build trust by partnering with people who already have trust, right? Now I wanted to pick, you guys both know these curves, right? Do you guys know these curves? That was a Gartner hype curve. This is the S curve of R&D and of new technologies, right? Do you see something interesting in these curves? They're completely different, right? So depending on what presentation I want to make, I'm going to use one curve. I want to prove a point with this curve. I want to prove a point with this curve. But the funny thing is, this is how they look in real life. This bottom one over here, the standard adoption curve, this is what you need to really be kind of looking at. So 1977, when people started talking about data portability, we're in 2022. Where do you think we are on the curve? That side? Are we on the hype cycle? Are we performance size? Are we at the adoption level? And the reason I put these curves over here is because, guess what? Each of you is going to be in a different part of a different curve. Which is the funny part. Like, you would all be like, Farid, but you know, we should, as an industry, we should be here. Well, you're not an industry. Each one of you is doing different parts of an industry. So some of you are already probably at the adoption point. So some of the folks who said, hey, we have 12,000 customers. Okay. But some of the other guys and some of the guys from the other programs, they're definitely probably even at the beginning of the hype curve, right? So I really want you to kind of understand that you have a challenge in an industry that nobody knows anything about from an external perspective. Everybody over here knows this industry, but we're a minority, a real minority. So when it comes to what are the challenges that you're going to face, pretty much everything under the sun. But these are all opportunities as well. So I really actually feel I'm going to kind of open for some questions. Some of you might not actually say, Farid, this is not really eye-opening enough. But it's just like my understanding of where we are. We also talked a little bit before lunch, so we covered a few things there. But the only thing I would say is that it's going to be a tough ride. But this tough ride basically means that you guys also have all the opportunity to redefine the vertical, to redefine the technology, to redefine the way people use it, to redefine the business model. A good example, and I'm going to leave you at this. The year is 2008. Okay? All of you guys are venture capitalists, right? I come to you, I say, hey, I'm building a new technology, and I can basically send you money on your phone. Yeah? And you'll be like, get out of my office. This is bullshit. This is nothing close to the reality of 2008, 2009, right? But today it's invisible. Today we don't even think about it, right? And that 10, 15 years of work that had to be done to get to that point, this is what's lying ahead of you guys. Okay, so it's definitely positive, but it's not going to be easy. Okay, I'm going to stop here, guys. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Anybody wants to disagree with me and say, hey, Farid, I don't really agree with you, like partnerships are not important? No? Yes? Mm-hmm. So I would say, like, do you know of this company called Dan? I'm trying to think of the name. Somebody can correct me. Dan and Brandstein. It's like the DNB, the guys who. That's it. Yeah. What do? They take your data, they put it on a CD-ROM in the old days, and they would sell it as a subscription to people. Every business would subscribe to it. They were like a multi-million, few million company. And all they did was like take other people's data so you could see whether they were worth doing business with or not, whether they're worth giving credit lines or not. So I know that's not the question you asked me, like in the digital space for this. Yeah. So his question was, is there a business that does data portability or something like this? Go for it.
Doesn't work?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's big data brokers. I can see how that would work as only a business, but just a small business that makes money on data. I didn't see it yet, so I'm very
I don't know, man. Like, anybody seen the Netflix TV show? What's it called? Indian Matchmaking. What's that? Small mom, small company, small lady takes data of single eligible men and women and shares it across, right?
It's a good example. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is why I think, like, you know, when we talk about data, we're so fixated on the Googles and Facebooks and Amazons. We forget the fact that, I mean, you gave a perfect example of Airbnb. Like, I moved from the UK to Spain. After living in the UK for 12 years, all my credit history was completely zeroed in Spain. I got a credit card with a credit of 150 euros, which I had to pay 30 euros a year for, right? Coming from a 6-figure credit line in the UK. These are problems that exist today, right? So you don't really need to solve, I mean, I love the fact that a lot of you guys are really solving huge problems. And I mentioned this in my workshops, that solving huge problems takes a lot of time, right? Ultimately, you need patience, you get to it. But in the end, like, there are so many smaller problems, we had one company from the last DAPSI project, they're solving the problem of renting. You know, you do this multiple times during your lifetime, and every time you're renting, you start with 0 data on the lender and on the renter and on the landlord. There's 0 data, and you have to live there. If you're buying a property, you look at a property, and then you pay $500,000. You don't know what the neighbors are like. You don't know the noise. You don't know. So there are all these opportunities of data being collected, being used, being shared. Are we going to use it? I don't know, right? So I'm going to stop here. She's like, time. But there are successful businesses. I'm pretty sure there are successful businesses. I wish I had some of them, because I think they're really, really, if you can have a niche, you can really make a lot of money on it. So, but I'm going to stop here. I had a video as well, but I'm not going to play it because a lot of you have already seen it. So I want to skip to the slide, the next slide.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just, there we go. Yeah. So anyway, thanks a lot, guys. It's been great working with all of you. I'm going to hand it back to Julia.
Thank you, Farid. So now it will be the first batch of the afternoon, and the master of ceremony is Natalia from Zabala.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, my name is Natalia. I'm part of Zabala's team in this DAPSI project. So let's start with this batch of pitches, and the first one is Arnold from Groundwork. So you can start.
Hi there. My name is Arnold. I'll be presenting Solid Ground, and it's a community-driven free software project, and we focus on social experience design for the Fediverse. Now, the Fediverse is this decentralized social networking environment, and it's really getting popular. In this space, everyone can create their own functionality in an ever-growing network environment. It has huge potential because social is everywhere. The entire web is social. We have a vision for a Peopleverse to emerge, where our daily activities merge seamlessly with online spaces. But the Fediverse, in order for it to reach its full potential, there's some tremendous challenges. The developer community is really fragmented, and there's no standards environment, standards body, an organization that matures the open standards. And as a result, application developers are creating extensions in their own code bases, which they don't share with others. And there's protocol decay. And it becomes ever more complex to add your own functionality to this growing grid. So this is a risk for the adoption lifecycle of the Fediverse. It becomes harder for newcomers to onboard, and also it becomes harder to introduce new innovations in this space. And ultimately, the growth of the Fediverse is at risk. There's no substrate to support a healthy ecosystem, and this requires the cooperation of many people and communities. And this is where Solid Ground wants to bring improvement. We want people to really focus on the social experience and in creating software for that, and look beyond the app and the features that are in it towards integrating with what's already out there. For that we offer process guidance, a growing set of process recipes, and which help you really focus on the needs of the people that you are working for. And here it's very important that in your social experience there is a living design and specification, so your specifications should mature together with your code, and we want to bundle them in the solutions that you deliver so that others can learn from them. We practice social coding, which is an approach where all stakeholders, clients and creators can remain in the loop and have a common understanding. And we want to automate as many of the boring tasks that they encounter along the way when they are designing their solution. Here you see an overview of our project. The central component is groundwork floor planner, where creators and clients collaboratively create their social experience as a blueprint, and they use process recipes as step-by-step guides through that process until it's ready to be ejected to a groundwork server running on the Fediverse. We focus on the entirety of the free software development lifecycle, and that's an enormous scope. So we want to build crowdsourcing into into our product. And we are working on a demo that shows you how to do an event storming session, where together with your stakeholders, via sticky notes, you do code generation, create behavioral tests in the language of the clients understand. So that will be available soon, and we find it very important to focus on creating an ecosystem, part of social coding movement, and in a strategic alliance with, among others, the Fortis Guild that we are working on. This is a group of projects that want to federate software development itself. So that's very interesting, and together we hope to be forging free software on our pathway to the Peopleverse. Thank you, and thanks to NGI and DAPSI and the European Commission.
Thank you, Arnold. Okay, now we have David from Liberaforms.
Bonjour. Hi to everyone. My name is David Esteve. I'm part of the Liberaforms team, and I'm collaborating with the business strategy and part of the rollout of the communication plan. We are here today thanks to the GRAPSI done just in order to introduce you the Libre software, which is Liberaforms, just to create and manage forms online. Any of you probably might find a very simple situation we do every day or very often, which is just to fill out and submit a form, just to collect the vegetables, your order of vegetables, or just to take part on a research or any educational activity, also to book a facility, a resource, or just to book for an event, or just when you are kindly requested to fill out a form, a survey, when you receive an invitation to fill out a survey. That happens to any individual. It's a usual situation, sorry for the presentation, but apart from being an individual, when professionally you approach that, you are focused on finding a solution which is data sovereign, which is reliable, which is cares about security, okay? And there's also another issue which is really relevant. You want that solution to be compliant with data privacy legislations, okay? So that is what Liberaforms does, and it does it by default. We do that because as the Libre software, we are based on an approach based on ethical design, So we are just already open, we are secure, we are interoperable. So that gives us a strong basis to build that, what we call our contribution to human rights. And we are very focused on privacy. Okay, that's a very important commitment we have with privacy. And the LiberaForms team is just trying to find a balance between technology, legislation, and human rights. So all the functional we are developing for LiberaForms, it's based on that solid ground. And all our efforts now, we are at the stage of just improving that experience. I mean, the product is commercially, it's available already, but commercially it needs to go a bit further and improve the experience. In a few words, what we do, our mission is just to safeguard sensitive and private data every time you submit a form online. And the way we do it is just basically just to put people on the center of our efforts. So that's how we feel about it, and that is what we do. 2022, it's a key year for us, for LiberaForms, as we are about to release the version 3 of our software. Okay, and we just wanted to share some highlights with you. The first one is just we have revamped our interface, our user experience interface. Okay, we have a new complete application layout. We are taking advantage of the Bootstrap framework, and we have standardized all the HTML elements. If you compare it to the version 2, which is already in production, you might see the difference. From the technical side, this is already in production. We had the integration of the LDAP authentication and authorization already deployed. And also we set up a new package, so you can customize the language configuration, so you have a better internationalization experience. It's not just a basic interface translation, it's just a full multilingual experience, okay? And let me say that as an European project, all these values like inclusion, diversity, or multilingualism, they are always in our minds, and you can see it in our experience. There's another functionality we have added, which will be part of the version 3. It's our wizard, our data privacy wizard. Okay, we are very proud of that. I mean, it just lets you manage and collect private data in a GDPR compliant way. Okay, and it allows you to manage different consentments and legitimacies. It's easy to hierarchize inside middle and small organizations. Okay. And it also provides all kind of support for final users to manage data in a responsible way once you export it outside LiberaForms. Okay, so apart from the interface and the technical evolutions, we are also just rethinking the business model, which is originally freemium. And thanks to the support we got from DAPSI, we just started to listen to our users in a different way, so we adapted in a more progressive and flexible way, as we will see. We are conscious that as a Libre software project, we have the challenge to set up a profitable business model, and we are expecting to find that balance at the early 2025, so we will balance our own resources and the external resources we have. So if we focus on the next stage, just beyond version 3, on the technical side, we're just focusing already on a new form builder and form render to improve the options to create forms, just adding matrix or dynamic maps. The end-to-end encryption, it will be phased later, just to get as close as we can as a privacy, as a full privacy experience, and it also will let us just attract new users. The internationalization will go further, not only managing forms, but also the content of the forms itself will be added. And we are very present in the third sector in our local markets, so accessibility is also key, and we are focusing on that just to be coherent with our value and the needs of our users. For the business side, this is already parallel to version 3. We have special presence on the education and the third sector. We are already, our USP sells very naturally on that sector. We will focus communication on that to just grow. We are stressing or testing the bond with our community. We already started a donations program for final users just to finance our investments. And we are planning to open sponsoring for new developments too. The partnership program will roll out further later with mainly hosting providers that include Libera4 in their packages and other key players that has this privacy first vision we have in common. And then we have a geographical expansion also organized. So from here, if you already don't know Libera4, we're inviting you to try the software in our public instances, which are USEM Aerabili, like those users. You can test it in your organization, downloading from our repository, and we are open to any collaboration as a partnership. If you join us in the community, you will be able to test, to be one of the first to test our version 3 in the next weeks. Okay, so thank you very much, and if there's any question.
Okay, thank you. Now is the time for Angus.
Hello everyone, I'm Angus from Pavilion. I'm going to tell you about the Discourse Events Integration plugin, our DAPSI project. But before I begin, I've lost my laptop. So if anyone has seen a 14-inch MacBook Pro, I'm going to get everyone to be quiet. I'm going to play a sound, and hopefully we can hear it. So. According to Find My, it's on a corner near here, but it could be inaccurate. During lunch, at the beginning of lunch, it was left at the back, just there. It should be the Apple pinging noise. It's supposed to be going right now. No, all right. Anyway, I'll chase down whoever's got my laptop after this. Okay, so the Discourse Events Integration plugin. So the problem we were tackling as a part of our DAPSI project was that event data portability is stuck in the 90s, along with tie-dye t-shirts and bowl-cut haircuts. So the iCalendar standard, which is the main way that we share event data on the internet today, was written by a guy who was working at Lotus Notes in 1998. So if you know what Lotus Notes is, it actually still exists. I looked it up. But yeah, it was big in the 90s. So there's an update to the iCalendar standard. It's called JS Calendar. But JS Calendar only just got accepted as a formal standard. And the key thing there is the word calendar. So it's still focused on calendars. Now, on the modern internet of 2022, we use event data in many other ways. We have event management services, we have Eventbrite, we have ticketing, we have Facebook events, we have LinkedIn. We have all these new ways that we're using event data on the internet, and the standards haven't really caught up. Now, what does that mean? The problem this creates is if you're trying to manage an event, even if you're not managing it within the context of a community, if you're managing an event, you know, like your Cap Digital, you've got event data in Ticketmaster, you've got event data in Eventbrite, you've got your calendar, and synchronizing all of that data is actually quite difficult. But the problem is amplified if you're an online community, which is Pavilion. We're a cooperative, and we work a lot with online communities. That's our bread and butter. And communities we work with, the problem they face is they want to hold an event, they have an in-person aspect, like what we're doing now, and then they want the conversation to continue on their online community after the event, before the event. They want the discussion to continue. And trying to synchronize the data between these different contexts is quite difficult. So we've got a grab bag of services that you might want to try and synchronize data on the left there between. So we looked at this problem, we thought, okay, there's got to be a better way. what we did as part of our DAPSI project was we came up with what we call a practical standard. So we looked at all those existing services and we said, what's the common data model that we can kind of whittle down between all those existing services? We came up with a common event data model. We implemented that standard model as part of a Ruby Gem framework. And then on top of that Ruby Gem framework, we built a product, which is the Discourse Events Integration plugin. Now, if you're not familiar, Discourse is open source forum software. So effectively the WordPress for online communities. And Pavilion is the largest third-party provider for Discourse plugins, themes, and services. So the DEIP lets you integrate event data from all of those services and any other service as well, thanks to the standard we developed, into your online community. So you want to synchronize your ticketing, you want to synchronize your event discovery with your community, the DEIP will let you do it. So who's using this? We've actually got 1,000 communities already using Pavilion's existing event solution within Discourse. So we actually already have an events plugin for Discourse, but it doesn't do any data portability, doesn't do any integration. All of those existing communities are going to be transferred over to the DEIP seamlessly, so they'll start using our new product. We've also got 11 clients lined up to do trial enterprise subscriptions. So there's existing clients of Pavilion, and they're lined up to trial our enterprise subscription for the product. And we're also working with the main Discourse hosting providers, the two main providers, to roll out the DEIP to their customers as well. So who's Pavilion? So Pavilion, I mentioned Pavilion's a cooperative. What does that mean? I actually like to say we're a next generation cooperative because there's a couple of key features. Number one, we're inherently global, as you can see from some of our members there. Nigeria, UK, Asia is actually Taiwan at the moment. Myself, I'm from Australia. We've got Holland, we've got Germany, we've got Bolivia. So we're inherently distributed. We're business orientated, so we're a cooperative, but we don't sit around we don't sit around with dreadlocks and kind of in hemp clothing, although there's nothing wrong with that. Number three, we support our members. So the reason we exist is, we provide a source of income for all of those people you see on the screen. And the way we support our members in two key ways. Number one, if you work on a project with Pavilion, you get 100% of the fees associated with the work you do on that project going straight into your pocket. So Pavilion does not take a cut from your work on that project. So if you're working with a client and the value of your work is $10,000 for that client, you get $10,000. You also get a share in all the profits from any product that Pavilion launches. So that goes out as a dividend to all the members of the cooperative. So for the DEIP, that'll be the same. So any profits we get from the DEIP will be distributed as a dividend to all the members of the cooperative. So what's next? We're going to launch the DEIP, and also we're going to pursue the standard through the different standards tracks in November. We're going to also start accepting membership applications. If you're interested in the model and you want to become a member, the Pavilion model, our Q4 membership applications open also in November. And we're also pursuing non-worker memberships. So we're currently a worker-only cooperative, but we're looking to become a multi-stakeholder cooperative in 2023. So if you're interested in what this model is doing and what we're about, you can reach out to me at angus@pavilion.tech. And if you find my laptop, please reach out to me at angus@pavilion.tech. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the turn of Cool Interop. Michelle.
Thank you very much. Angus, speaking of pinching things, is it possible to have the remote back? Sorry, 1 second. It's easily done. It's easily done. There we go. Perfect. Well, here we are. Thank you. So, I guess I'm Michael Meeks. I'm half of Collabora ownership, and I have the great privilege of having a team of people out there doing fantastic things around LibreOffice, I guess, but also putting that online. This was the goal of what we were trying to do with DAPSI. So, it's all very well having all of your data locked in documents, but wouldn't it be nice if you could actually read them and edit them and share them with other people and collaborate? And of course, you can do that nicely on the PC, but if you want to collaborate, it kind of sucks if you have to give all of your data to a large American multinational and lose control of it in a very real way. So wouldn't it be great to allow people to move towards open standards, open source, and get that digital sovereignty back for where they are? So a little bit about how we do that. So we've created a thing called Collabora Online. It's built on top of LibreOffice technology. I had the great privilege of founding the document foundation behind that with many other cool kids. And we make something really, really great. This interoperable, secure, collaborative document editor. And we make that work on your Chromebook and your Android and your iOS, and of course, particularly online to collaborate with other people. We have about 80 million Docker image downloads of that, so very, very large numbers of people. And we have around 200 million, probably more, LibreOffice users out there. Has any of you not used LibreOffice? Put your hand up. You see, so everyone's, oh no. Okay, so we got three. 3 people are awake. But it's extremely widely used, and we love that. And of course, all of the work here has gone back into LibreOffice as well. So how does it look like? Anyway, this is the kind of product, and this is great, of course. Highly interoperable, beautiful, a WYSIWYG editor. In comparison with our Redmond-based competition, you lose the ability to position an image in your document when you use Office 365 Online, because it's not a WYSIWYG editor. What you see is what you get. It's some kind of new thing. So we can do a lot better. And you can insert a chart, for example, into your word processing document online. Again, kind of a useful feature if you want to communicate data. Of course, a rich and powerful spreadsheet engine, and all of the code here is shared with the LibreOffice core, which runs on the server side and renders to the clients with some funky optimized video-like streaming engine that knows about documents. So it's kind of pretty cool. Lower bandwidth than just a voice call, actually. So yeah, and well, lots of collaboration. So what did we actually do? That's what we're building it into. What did we actually get done? So in phase 1, we did a whole load of form filling pieces here. So very useful for governments, which is all about forms, as you know, collecting people's data and then doing things with it. So we improved a whole load of rich text box features and allowed people to move their existing forms into the cloud and ODF, which is great. Some various annoyances around specific line breaking and layout of documents, just to make people's documents look identical. You really don't want to be losing even the look of your data, even if it's got the same words in it. You want it to look just great. So improving the already excellent fidelity of docx interoperability. Spark lines in Calc, so pretty pictures. I don't know if you can see there these beautiful blue things. Here. This is just a way of looking at trends in data without getting confused by scales and numbers and that sort of thing, to see where things are going. And of course, that was there in XLSX, but not in Calc. And now it is. And 2-3 million people using that in LibreOffice already since we did that. So other pieces that will be going into the next version of LibreOffice and actually already shipping in Collabora Online. I can't tell you how many customers using that. I should have looked it up, but quite a few. Data tables. So this is a way of presenting, I guess, a chart underneath your graph. So some people like pictures, other people like numbers. Wouldn't it be good if you could have both in the same slide? Of course, you can in PowerPoint, and now you can, of course, in Collabora Online and LibreOffice. So making that easy for people. It's just particularly annoying. We were good at 1 million rows, but we had some scalability issues with lots of columns. So some work here done to get rid of the very annoying dialogue that said some fool entered a number in the far right of your spreadsheet by mistake. Probably they pressed Control right arrow by mistake, and and so the sheet is theoretically too big, and so we can't do anything. We've got to warn people. Well, that's no longer there. And in fact, at the same time, we did like 16 million rows and something else just to try and up the ante. Of course, not on by default because of the interoperability excitement of doing that. Yeah, and that's pretty much me. I don't know, it says 5 minutes there. That's I'm halfway through, am I? No? Maybe not. So now you can be, so the punchline is now you can be digital sovereign. Why is that important? So I think we talked a lot about data privacy, and I think that's really important, obviously being able to control your data and own it. But I like to build our business on software freedom, which is really what we're about. We're one of those annoying mission-focused companies. We're here to make open source rock. And if we do that, then our shareholders are happy. So that's good. Making money is important, otherwise we don't eat, which is very tragic. And so we are a growing and profitable business, but that's not what we're about. And so we really want to give people that freedom that comes from software freedoms, control their destiny, to tweak their software, to make it do what they want. And we love to partner with people to do that. We have 200 partners or so as route to market. That's great, around the world. Of course, 200 partners, only some subset of them are actively selling, and we try and increase that. But we would just love to partner with you. If you have a use for working with our technology and you think you could put documents in what you do, or just thumbnails or something that we can do together, extracting feedback, form-filled information going into spreadsheets like Google Docs does. We'd love to work with people to make that happen. And of course now it's much more interoperable, and we continue to work on this. It's a never-ending story, but it's really very good. I think we're the best interoperability outside Microsoft, and you can host it yourself. I just wanted to say in the last -5 seconds I have how cool NGI DAPSI is, because I've applied to lots of European projects and most of them sucked, but NGI really rocked, honestly. You know, like this, tell us cool things to do and we'll help fund you to do it. I think it's just an outstanding model. And also, thanks so much for your advice on business things. Obviously, we've been in business for a while, but you can never have too many good ideas of things to try. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the last one is OPF, Julian.
Hello everyone, so I'm Julien, I'm working for Audriga, and I'm here to speak to you about our OPF project with DAPSI. So I'm an Audriga employee, and for that DAPSI project we were working together with a research center in Germany which is called FZI. Super quickly, because I'm the only one here from our team, so you can just put a few you know a bit about our team. So we actually already participated into the first DAPSI round with a project more related to our core historic business, which is data migration. And for the third DAPSI round, we came back with a new project, which is then called OPF. And why did we do that? So again, our core business for now 10 years has been the data migration. But when you migrate data, for example, in our field, which is emails mainly, you also have to create account on the new platform, right, on your destination platform. And that has always been a bit of a pain for us or for our users. So we thought, okay, data portability alone is not sufficient for a good user experience. And that's why we came with what we call service portability. And we started then that OPF project. Actually, we already had that slide on the midterm presentation, but just to go super quickly on it. So when I say provisioning, so that's the process of creating accounts on the platform, and it's obviously the core user information, like most basic one is an email address, for example, but it can also go much further, like depending on the platform, you have some quota issues, you can have some data like signatures, email filters, stuff like that. And it's actually quite difficult to automate migration of those data, mainly because, well, there is either no API or closed proprietary APIs for that, depending on the softwares. And some company already like implement stuff like LDAP, but it's mainly for authentication, as there is quite a lot of limitation on that. So now about scheme. With regard to what I just said, we, as a first part of our study, we started by looking around what exists, and we went to the scheme standard, which is a set of 3 RFCs published by the IETF, and it actually defines core concept for provisioning data. What we actually did is to extend and improve that standard to take more cases into account, and especially in the hoster world, which we are working with. And so, to be a bit more concrete, that's all the work we did for DAPSI in the OPF project. So we implemented a bunch of scheme clients, a bunch of scheme servers, most of them based on a PHP library we created. We actually made some friends along the way with the indie hosters guys, so that's the French hosters. They actually started a Nextcloud application, which is a scheme server, and we improved it. We also refactored it to use our own PHP library, which is much more standard compliant and more extensive. So yeah, and actually in the first presentation, we already showed a demo from migrating Azure AD provisioning data to postfix admin through PHP library. Super shortly about business aspect, a few quick wins is that both core implementation we did with DAPSI, so the postfix admin scheme API and the Nextcloud scheme API, are both already sparking interest among our customers and our partners. We are especially working with Nextcloud about that. You will see in the last slide my CEO making a presentation about that earlier this month at the Nextcloud conference. And even though we had a bit of an opportunistic approach regarding business in our project, we think there is a lot of different business aspects or business opportunities, and some of them that we didn't even foresee. So just to finish, again, the main achievement we have done within DAPSI is to work on that scheme standard to improve and extend it. We now have at least 2 quite well working reference implementation, and others are coming or on their way. We worked on that scheme plugin for Nextcloud with the indie hoster companies, and next step is to carry on that work both on technical and specification level, and obviously also to extend our business on that field. And that's it. So yeah, the last picture of my CEO at the Nextcloud conference.
Okay, thank you. You can stay because we have now time for questions. So if you can go here. Any question for them?
Thank you. I have a question for the presenter from the Fediverse. I'm a big fan. I think this is a really great initiative, all the different parts and components of it. And I wanted to ask, are you aware of any component of the Fediverse that's been successfully commercialized at the moment? And are there any plans or thoughts about doing that in the future and how to do it? Is it because everything that I've seen is developed by volunteers? I'd be interested to know if there's a commercial model.
Yes, you're right. Most of it is volunteers, and it's through free software projects. There are some, like say, sustainable business developments, like Mastodon themselves. They are erecting a non-profit for their software, but real monetization in the way of doing business, there's very little of it currently. I think there are opportunities, but there's also, it's a different, the ecosystem itself is like resistant to those kinds of things, and you should be very careful how you position yourself. For instance, a lot of blockchain technology is really not that well accepted, and we have verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers. Those technologies, they are open standards, they are good open standards. If you only introduce them on the Fediverse, you get really reactions because it's associated with blockchain technology. So it's a difficult landscape to be on. And I think for a part that's also good because it needs time to mature. Also with the culture it currently has, which is very representative to that of the early web.
Yeah. So we looked at this question in the context of online communities, and we thought maybe the initial business model might be around large organizations that have multiple departments, so like an educational institution that you have multiple courses running and you want that data to persist if you're a student across those various instances. In fact, before we applied for DAPSI, we applied for something along those lines in the Fediverse.
Yeah, while you were talking, I thought of Matrix, which I think is part of the Fediverse, no? I think they recently had a really big contract from the German military, if I'm not mistaken. So there is some stuff happening, but all right, thank you.
Thanks. I have a question for Libera Form. So, first off, really impressed with your software, looking really good. I was wondering about standardization regarding the surveys themselves. So you can export your results in various ways, but I was wondering, did you explore exporting the questions and making these compatible with things like Google Forms, Typeform, other types of survey software?
Well, it could be Chris, which is the technical chief, could be better to answer that one. But as far as I know, I mean, we provide different kinds of formats to export them, but it's not standardized like common with Google Forms or other solutions. As far as I know, it's not compatible with that.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
You said that, for example, I can download the code and run it on my server, right?
You're asking me, yeah.
Yes. What do I also need to install and set up a database management system where is the replies and answers are stored?
It's open source. You can download the code from our GitLab and just install your own instance. So what we provide is as many options as we can for administrators, so they can adapt it to different situations of the organization. Okay.
I mean, where is this data stored? Well, I created an instance.
I mean,
where is the
on
data?
our public instances, it's based in Europe. We provide that infrastructure with one of the partners you saw at the end, okay, with EXO and Madix. But when you install it locally, it's your own infrastructure, and then you have control for that, for the good and for the bad. So it's your responsibility.
Okay, but you don't know what's the type of how the data is stored and what's the type and.
No. Well, okay. I can't tell you. Sorry.
Technical report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's for
last
you.
question.
Thanks. I guess this is probably for Libera Forms and Michael as well. I'm thinking about there seems to be some pressure, sort of looking at what you've been developing, there seems to be some pressure to kind of maintain some kind of feature compatibility with the more the more sort of widely used platforms that you're sort of competing with. And I'm just sort of wondering about your take and how you deal with that in terms of, obviously, you want to provide things that are different, but that expectation that you also need to maintain sort of feature parity with them, and sort of and ending up kind of not being so distinguishable in the end. So how do you manage that sort of that decision making in terms of which features to focus on and how to satisfy your users in that way?
Right. So I mean, it's a nightmare for in a nutshell, and it's a nightmare not because you can innovate today and come up with some brilliant new thing. That's easy. I mean, of course, economically it's tricky. You need to find the use case and understand it and come up with a brilliant feature. The problem then is the impact 35 years down the line. So you saw we implemented forms, one kind of forms, but this is the third or maybe fourth generation of forms in Word alone that we've had to implement to be compatible. And of course, we're no different to Microsoft. I mean, anything new you create, you really need to standardize, and then of course there are multiple standards, and so then how do you engage and encourage other people to implement features? So if you want to be interoperable, you need to be a feature match or feature superset, probably. And it's great to see DAPSI filling in some of those gaps. I mean, the picture is brilliant for LibreOffice, but there are always gaps. And hopefully they become so esoteric that nobody cares. The OLAP cube visualization of SQL Server something in la. It's like, fine, knock yourself out. Use Excel for that 0.25% use case. And my hope is that what we can do is capture the center ground and push, so that the awkward use cases, so that the competition ends up owning all of the awkwardness around the edge and the bad ideas that never got market traction, but you have to be compatible with forever, and we own the center ground and the mass the market, and all is free software. So, yeah.
Okay. It would be nice to find that point that we can just interoperate in the future, okay? But as far as we are now, you can just get the data in an open format and you have to adapt it and install it locally, let's say. But we write it down for our roadmap. Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much. Big applause for all of you. Thank you, Natalia. So now we will have a short break of 15 minutes. We will go back at 3:30. So please, if you see Angus' computer, let us know. We are looking for it. And let's get connected at 3:30.
shall we continue with this batch of pitches? Well, my name is Daniel. I'm also a colleague from Zabala Innovation, and I will be the master of ceremony for this batch. And first of this batch is Klisk and Paul. Please, the floor is yours.
Is it better?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to present the Klisk project. My name is Paul Travant. I work at Cozy Cloud, a French startup company. We are building a solution to help users to gather all their data into a safe place. So today, our digital life is scattered across many data silos. This is a nightmare for the users that have to deal with plenty of passwords, of non-interoperable services, of different UX. This is very complicated to handle. So we think that we need a new paradigm where we bring all the services into one place to create a unified experience across the user data. But the question is, who has the legitimacy to gather all this data? And we think that the answer is the user and the user only. And this is where Cozy takes place. Cozy is a personal vault under which you install what we call connectors. Connectors are used to fetch your data from external services under your consent. So you can have, let's say, an Amazon connector to get your bills, you can have a bank connector to get your transactions, and so on. Once you have gathered your data in your personal vault, you can have local digital services that will use your data locally to provide you features. And the important point is that those services will never disclose your data without your explicit consent. So the key idea of our solution is that we bring services to data rather than pushing data to services. So concretely, Klisk is a mobile application. This is a homepage. You have the connectors to gather the data, and you have the apps to consume this data. The user can open any connector, let's say Amazon, to run it and to fetch the latest available data, if any. And eventually, the user can use some applications to visualize this data, so typically to visualize the bills and the related expenses. The user can also monitor all the permissions granted to the connectors and see if there is any outgoing data history. This is quite important because we are an open source platform, so anyone can develop connectors, and we want to guarantee the transparency and the honesty of the platform by providing tools to the users to monitor what's going on their platform. Some metrics about us. There are currently 80,000 Cozy instances installed, and our monthly active users rate is 17%. We think this is quite promising because we do not really push for B2C market right now. We are more focused on B2B, but there is still a strong user interest, mainly driven by the idea of the connectors and gathering all the data. Currently at Cozy Cloud, we are 22 collaborators, led by Benjamin André, the CEO and founder. I myself work at the R&D department. By the way, we are recruiting if you're interested. We recently signed a major contract with the French National Education. The objective is to deploy a personal digital space to all French students based on Cozy. So this is pretty huge. We're also working on solutions to help citizens to gather all their administrative documents into their Cozy and bring services to ease their administrative procedures. The objective of this is to eventually fight against digital exclusion. And we're also working on a personal carbon footprint dashboard, so citizens can learn about their carbon impact automatically computed from their trips thanks to their GPS data gathered from their mobile. So a quick summary for this very quick presentation. Cozy helps citizens to get back their data into a safe place under their control. Klisk unlocks innovative and privacy by design services on any kind of data that should be only accessed locally. And we provide tools to guarantee these local accesses. And with all of this, we really believe that this creates really great opportunities with both private and public sectors. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. So now it's time for multiverse. Yeah, Laurie, can you go ahead?
Yes, are the slides visible? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now it's good. Can you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. So this is the multiverse project and about the vegan open source Kanban project. So this vegan is a full-featured Kanban. It is a little similar like in the Trello or Jira, some features like those. Next slide, please. So currently, when there is enough feature in vegan, the big problem is, and what is currently concentrated is import data from more from other software. So more data from Trello and Jira and other software, and also because there is also need for more speed, optimizing moving more code to server, and also having more modifiable UI. Next slide, please. So in this EU project, there is more import export sync options, and more code is moved from processor to server side, and more is changeable to UI, and in many ways it will be faster to use. Next slide, please. So currently, vegan is used in most countries of the world. There are about 70 translations of this Kanban software, where, for example, Jira or Trello has about 1/3 of those translation amounts. And in this, some customers currently have 22,000 users, but I yesterday heard that it's currently about 30,000 users. So for those biggest customers, they need more speed, like moving attachments from MongoDB database to Amazon S3 or other external storage, so that database will be much smaller. And also in this DAPSI project, there has progress moving from that MongoDB data to SQLite database. Next slide, please. So currently, vegan team is me as maintainer, and there is about 300 contributors to vegan since 2015, companies and individuals around the world. And I'm the most active GitHub committer in Finland, also cloud architect and sysadmin. Next slide, please. And why now? You can host all your data in your internet network. For example, currently Trello and Jira are mostly at Amazon cloud, and they are and Jira is discontinuing their self-hosted versions, moving more to cloud. And for example, in some countries like Iran, they cannot use Amazon cloud. And in vegan currently all the code is open source. There is nothing proprietary, and all features that you found are being released to all vegan platforms. So there are currently vegan is available for many CPU architectures and operating systems, and there is being added more platforms. I'm updating the current platforms. Next slide, please. So summary, with this DAPSI project, it is possible to move even bigger part of your data to your own control, and you are welcome to participate to friendly global vegan community. And if you are using vegan, you can consider using commercial support that can provide funding for these features and fixes and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurie. Big applause for him. So now, time for Profibit, Vasilis.
Okay. Sorry. It's okay. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Vasilis Papadaxiarchis. I am the CEO of Intelia, and this presentation is about the Profibit project. Following up the discussion, the very interesting discussion, the panel discussion we had in the morning, I will try also to share our view, our perspective on how artificial intelligence and how data portability can benefit the domain of digital advertising. In particular, we will focus on a use case we developed for DAPSI, and it's about one of the biggest global trends in sports, activity tracking applications. So this is Run 24/7, one of the biggest portals for running in Greece. Run 24/7 provides information about sport news and running events. One of the main services we offer is that we allow our users to keep their own profiles, including personal information and statistics. So what is the problem we tackle with Profibit? We imagine a user registering her data in one activity tracking applications. Let's assume that this is Run 24/7. The same user might want to reuse the same data in a different platform, such as Strava. And this is still okay. But in order to support this, what is needed is a translator between the two services. And if we're talking about two applications, this is still manageable. But what if the same user wants to have access to a third or a fourth activity tracking application? The problem is that there are many apps out there, and each one uses its own data model and its own data format. Here is where Profibit comes in. In Profibit, we believe that all users should be able to control, transfer, or even sell their data. We mediate between the existing activity tracking applications. We provide the tools, we offer the end users the tools to export data when they need it. They can reuse their data across different platforms. And we also provide the means to make profit out of this data. But how does it work? It's really simple. Whenever a user is registering the website, she is able to choose between privacy and profit. If the user selects that I would like to share my data, then she receives personalized ads based on her profile. And because of that, she also earns a reward. If the user selects to not share her data, then she receives typical non-personalized ads from the platform. We call this privacy mode. We launched the beta version of the service a couple of weeks ago in September. Let's have a quick look at the first results we got. The average time users spent on site has been doubled, while the number of clicks per user on ads has almost been tripled. Even for us, these results were quite impressive, and we didn't expect them. But is there a market out there for Profibit? In DAPSI, we use the sports domain only as a use case, because we already have an established community of users and an established community of customers because of Run 24/7. But the solution we offer is generic. Focusing only on the sports domain, we believe that our solution will reach a market share of 5 million within the next 5 years. We know the market and we know the points that can make the difference. Profibit is a solution that can really access dedicated target audiences. If a user is interested in trekking, she will receive an ad relevant to trekking shoes, not sneakers. Also, Profibit allows its users to make money out of their data. Based on a B2C2B pricing model, we consider 2 main revenue streams. We charge customers each time an ad is delivered to a user and each time a service is promoted through the platform. Assuming a starting burn rate of 3K per month, we believe that we will reach a positive balance in the second year and we will be able to access more customers in the future. So why us? First of all, we are highly motivated. Second, we know how to do it because of Run 24/7. And because of the same reason, we also have a market. We have the right mix of people, and we believe that also our competitors would like to make use of our solution in the near future. Thanks to DAPSI, we already have a working prototype integrated in a productive environment, Run 24/7. And we plan to launch officially our service, our product, by the end of this year. Finally, we have already started exploring opportunities in new domains, such as e-commerce. So if you want to be part of the Profibit story, please join us by simply scanning this QR code. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Vasilis. So, last but not least, it's time for the post. Michael? There you go, the clicker. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm Mikael from SensorTrend, and we do diabetes remote monitoring. So we collect data from dozens of different medical trackers and wellness devices, and we fetch actionable insights out of that data. And in this context, already data portability is really important for us because we want to fetch the data from the cloud services of all these device manufacturers into our own service. But that's not the whole story. We are one of the winners of Citra's Fair Health Data Challenge. We are a founding member of the My Data Global organization. We are an awarded My Data operator. We are really happy to be part of the DAPSI incubator, and we just recently also joined the Gaia X initiative. And data privacy and human-centric data models really matter to us. In our vision, you as a citizen can have your data hosted in any of these services and in a distributed manner. So some of your data might be in Google Fit, some might be in a healthcare service, and so on. And then you can, case by case, grant access to different apps, pieces to that data. And in DAPSI project, we have done 5 different things to bring this vision closer to reality. First, we have enhanced our existing HL7 Fire-based content format, and we have ensured the interoperability of that format with other known existing services. And we are also working to get this published as part of HL7 Fire official implementation guides. To drive the adoption of the content format, we have built 2 different converters from Tidepool and Night Scout, 2 popular open source diabetes data initiatives, into this HL7 Fire format. The third open source component we've implemented is a fine-grained authorization and permission management component with a consent receipt functionality. Consent receipts are a really interesting concept where each time you give an app access to your data, you get an actionable receipt out of that. And that receipt you can store in a consent wallet, so you can actually keep track of who's using your data and which purposes. And we have worked with DataFund, another My Data operator, for standards-based interoperability of these consent receipts so that they can be stored in FairDrive. And we're also working with other My Data operators to advance this interoperability. The fourth component is an implementation of the IHE profile of HL7 Fire audit event resources. And that enables us to do standards-based logging of who accessed your data, when, what specific data, and based on what purpose. And when that's stored in standardized ways, then standards-based consent logging apps can also see and visualize that data for you, so you get better visibility on how your data is being used. The fifth component is the data storage component. So we don't even store any health or wellness app in our own services. We allow people to choose where they want their data to be hosted. And we've built this selection to Night Scout and a generic fire server, and also Kailona, and they are operating fire server on top of the privacy-friendly Nextcloud architecture. We also attempted to do the same with solid pods, but here we learned that the solid architecture is not really a match for our needs. Each of our visualization needs to dynamically fetch tens of thousands of tiny data points, and we really need a database and a query language for that, and that didn't exist for solid. Finally, we are doing some research on how people would actually use these privacy-preserving options. And first learning is the consent receipts. Once people get it, they found it really interesting, but it does take a while for them to get it. They are not actually searching for that kind of solutions. And with distributed data storage, it's even harder. Many people are really doubtful when we say that we don't even store your data. Their assumption is that all apps just want to hoard the maximum amount of data to the apps themselves, and they're really doubtful, does it even work if you don't store all of the data yourself? So we have a lot of communication and PR to be done if we want this to be a key selling point and a winning alternative. All of our code is available on our GitHub, and please help us spread the word. If you know anybody who's interested in diabetes apps or health apps in general or in fair data economy, then let them know what we have done here. And many thanks for your attention, for your patience. Many thanks for DAPSI for having us, and many, many thanks for NGI for organizing DAPSI. I think it's been a really great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mikael. Time now for Q&A for this batch, so please join me in the stage. So I don't know if for this batch, is there any question? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. I have a question for Prof a bit. So I can choose whether I want to share my data and like to get profit out of my data. Can I also choose which type of my data I want to share, or is it like all in or nothing?
For now, it's all or nothing, as it is always is in life.
Well, that's not that's not the goal of DAPSI. Like, this is
Joking,
kind of why
yeah.
data
right.
sovereignty comes into the picture.
Okay.
Maybe it is a quite nice direction.
But then, but this is very interesting. We haven't thought about it, but this is very interesting because in that case, we will also need to value somehow different parts of your data. How much the gender does it cost, or how much different type of information does it cost? So it's very interesting.
This is exactly also one of the issues now, that you can share all of
your
your data or nothing, and this is kind of it's a direction to go. And maybe a question for you: what is your contribution to GaiaX now? Like you said that you joined the initiative.
Yep.
I would like to know what you're doing.
We are currently one of the selected use cases in GaiaX Health initiatives, and GaiaX Health has 3 different working groups, and we are working in the consent and identity management working group, and also in the standards working group, and contributing in that way. Thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you, Natchme. Anyone else has any questions for our pitches? Okay, yeah, in the back.
Hello, my name is Mina. Just excuse me for spreading ideas. I heard about the project, which is there to observe the connection between diabetes and other diseases. Do you think about it to connect, like something like that? Just as idea, you know.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So another project we are working with is diabetes care plan, and the care plan is especially if you have diabetes and other illnesses, sicknesses, and you need to have a more comprehensive care team, and there how do you divide the responsibility between different care teams. But regarding us expanding from diabetes to other therapeutic areas, that's currently not the vision of SensorTrend. Rather, we would like to focus on diabetes and go deeper and deeper in that expertise, and then let other companies in the ecosystem take care of, for instance, asthma, obesity, BODC, and so on.
At the moment, that's the two kind of projects, for cardiovascular and for the ophthalmologist. So that just was my idea. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Let's talk over lunch.
So thanks for the question. Anyone else? No? Okay, so then I think we can close this batch of pitches, and now we go to the wrap-up and thanks. And this is time for Sara Mateo, coordinator of the project, to take the lead.
Okay, so I think we are in the last part of the day now. We have finished all the presentations. We have learned a lot about your projects, about how you are gaining clients, users. So I think it has been a very interesting day. It's a pity that also there was an issue during the day, but I hope that we can solve it. Well, what else about DAPSI? We are finishing the day, but also we are finishing the round 3 with you. You are close to the end of the program, and we are also finishing the project. We are finishing everything. Regarding the end of your program, after this event, you will have still to report some technical progress, you know. And after this, the participation will be completely finished. But also we are organizing a final event in December. The location and the date is not fixed yet, but I take the opportunity to announce that we are organizing something, and of course you will be all invited to join us and attend to this final event. You will receive more information soon. And well, I don't have anything else to say, just to congratulate Cap Digital for the organization of the event, to thank you all for coming. And now, well, I think we can start with the cocktail, and perhaps Julia can say something about it.
Thank you, Sarah. So I want also to thank you, Bastien, who was behind the wall at the studio. So thank you for the technique today, Bastien. Thank you all of you to come here in Cap Digital in Paris. And now we will have the networking session. You will have a glass of sparkling wine, and we will continue. And please, people who have some issues, they can come back to me, and we will find a way to find your computers. So thank you very much, and see you soon. Bye-bye.